and that was in his case. But again, it's not an exercise based on the rule of law or fair procedure. So they can make it as long or short as they like.
Now, the U.S. has been attempting to get Paul Whelan released and other Americans who've been detained there for various charges. There's been drugs, and there was one staff sergeant from the Army, Gordon Black, was recently convicted of theft in another case. But Paul Whelan was espionage, Evans espionage. You are working on this nonstop. How are negotiations going? Is there a chance? Has Vladimir Putin, Russia's president, given a hint that something could happen to get Evan back?
So we've seen over the last several months a couple of efforts to negotiate Evans and others' release. We saw it in late November. The U.S. said it made an offer and Russia had rejected it. I know more recently they were putting together another proposal. But hopefully that can get done, and we just urge the Biden administration to do everything they possibly can to seal a deal, and let's get on with it.
One last thing. Anything you want people to know about Evan, or people should know about what's happened to him in this case?
It's a travesty of justice, and we'd appreciate your support. So one of the things we've tried to do is amplify the voices of people who are silent or have been silenced, Evan among them. And so even taking to social media with hashtag #IStandWithEvan, or learning about Evan on WPHT.com/Evan. You'll see stories there. You'll see videos with his family. Just getting to know him, we'd appreciate it, just so that everyone can keep him in their thoughts.
Yeah, and there is a poster here in our building at Fox. We stand with Evan, a picture of him in the newsroom. And we certainly hope that there's something positive that can come out of this sooner than the long time he still faces potentially behind bars in Russia. Paul Beckett, assistant editor at the Wall Street Journal. Sorry for a very difficult time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for all the support, Dave, from you and from all the folks at Fox and your listeners. We appreciate it.
WCOE afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, June 26, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange pleads guilty in a deal with the U.S. Justice Department. Fox's David Spunt with more.
This ends a nearly 15-year legal saga with Julian Assange of WikiLeaks. He was behind the WikiLeaks release of thousands of documents from U.S. Army soldier Chelsea Manning in 2010.
The move allows him to return to his native Australia. Another primary night in several states. In New York's 16th Congressional District, Progressive Democrat squad member Congressman Jamal Bowman lost to George Latimer. Bowman was a vocal opponent of Israel and called for the defunding of police. Colorado Republican Congressman Lauren Boebert has survived a challenge. And in Utah, U.S. Representative John Curtis defeated a Trump-backed challenger for Mitt Romney's open Senate seat. Full results are up at foxnews.com. I'm Ted Lindner, and that's a look at your Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Join Team Kayal and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. FBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyriq SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love, with flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment, it's seeing things through. Always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Session winning streak falling 299 points. The NASDAQ, though, up 221 and the S&P 500 up 21. NVIDIA surged 6.8% after falling into correction territory on Monday. The previous 3 sessions had wiped out about $430 billion in value. Alphabet's Google with a record close, its 15th of the year. Microsoft also with a record close, its 25th of the year. Home prices in the nation's 20 biggest metro areas set a new record in April, increasing 0.4%. For year-to-year ending in April, the increase 7.2%. Although the S&P Case-Shiller report says price increases are slowing, San Diego had the biggest year-to-year increase in home prices. Today we'll get new home sales figures for May and an earnings report from Levi's. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Computer scientist and hacker Julian Assange founded WikiLeaks in 2006, but it wasn't until 2010 that he published thousands of documents, many of them classified, regarding U.S. military operations in Afghanistan and Iraq, sent to WikiLeaks by Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning. Manning was arrested. Assange was living in the UK. His attorney at the time, Mark Stevens, told Fox News,
"This is true journalism. This is journalism where the truth, the unvarnished truth, is being revealed."
After the first batch of documents from WikiLeaks came out, then White House spokesman Robert Gibbs downplayed it.
We should not, and we should never be afraid of one guy who popped down $35 and bought a web address. Our foreign policy is stronger than that. We're a stronger country than that. We're not scared of one guy with one keyboard and a laptop.
But then more documents came out. Sweden issued an arrest warrant on a sexual assault allegation for Assange. And then Ecuador granted Assange asylum in 2012. And he ended up holing up in their embassy in the UK for the next 7 years. Eventually, in 2018, the U.S. indicted Assange for conspiring to obtain classified documents, among other things. The next year, Ecuador kicked him out of the embassy. British authorities detained him, though, for violating bail. While Sweden dropped their investigation, the U.S. charged Assange additionally with violating the Espionage Act, on top of the original charges. After that, he ends up fighting extradition back to the U.S. Earlier this year, a judge in the U.K. said he couldn't be extradited unless the U.S. promised it wouldn't pursue the death penalty. In April, President Biden was asked what he thought about Australia's request to close the investigation into Assange.
Do you have a response to Australia's request that you end Julian Assange's prosecution? We're considering it.
Well, the Justice Department's now reached an agreement, and Assange is pleading to one count of violating the Espionage Act. Prison time is covered by time served. A National Security Council spokeswoman said this was an independent decision made by DOJ, and there was no White House involvement in this deal. Some journalism groups are celebrating Assange's freedom, and other kinds of people are not.
You know, there was a significant amount of damage caused there. It's also the DNC emails, Secretary Clinton emails.
Dan Hoffman is a former CIA station chief and Fox News contributor.
The treasure trove of the Chelsea Manning documents that Chelsea Manning stole. So there was a lot there, enough to the point where then Secretary of State Pompeo called WikiLeaks a hostile intelligence service.
Yeah. We know documents relating to the Iraq and Afghanistan wars were released, showing allegations of like human rights abuses, certain military actions that we probably wouldn't want, foreign adversaries to see. But I guess State Department cables were released showing thoughts and opinions about other world leaders. Dossiers on Gitmo detainees got out. As you just said, much of this data was handed over by former Army soldier Chelsea Manning. I just want your thoughts about how the release of this information changed things for us. Did we operate differently?
No. So look, there's a couple points here. First of all, there's treason involved, and Chelsea Manning should still be in jail. That's treasonous. That's stealing classified documents, just like Snowden did, with the plan to put them out publicly. Chelsea Manning should still be in jail for that. That's the first part of it. The second part of it, which we don't know a lot about, but there's been a lot of, I think, there's been a lot of discussion about the extent to which Julian Assange and WikiLeaks helped enable some of the stealing of documents. Julian Assange was once known as a hacker and was also accused of raping a woman in Sweden. So he's got a checkered past. But hacking was something that he engaged in, illegal hacking. And so the question was whether he was not just a recipient of these documents, but also enabling others to steal them. And then the third piece of it is WikiLeaks actually putting the documents out for the public to see and the damage that causes. And obviously those documents weren't meant to be seen by anyone. Right now we're at a very high alert for terrorist attack in the United States. And some of this intelligence, some of the State Department cables would have been of value to terrorists as well. So it's a pretty massive undertaking, and the damage assessment has been done. It's quite significant. And again, that's why Secretary Pompeo made the conclusion that he did. And that's why he distinguished Julian Assange as someone who was conducting espionage, essentially, from journalists who deserve First Amendment rights, freedom of speech.
Yeah, I think, but I think that gets to the heart of my question, which is because of everything you just said, did the United States change in any way? Like, did we suddenly say, well, this guy maybe did hack us, or Chelsea Manning is feeding this person documents? Did we, I guess, change any protocols, any procedures, any cyber tools? I imagine we responded in some way.
Well, again, the responses are twofold. One is dealing with those who may be seeking to betray their country, like Chelsea Manning or Snowden, and there's plenty of work that's been done to try to ensure that that doesn't happen again. It's always a challenge because we've got a bullseye. The U.S. intelligence community's got a bullseye, right there. I mean, Russia, China, Iran, non-state actors are trying to steal our secrets, and so we have to be ever vigilant and stay a step ahead of them. But then the other question about WikiLeaks in particular is, and related to this deal that Julian Assange got, where he won't serve any more jail time, we need to be thinking about deterring others from doing what he did. Needless to say, it would have been better if he had come to the authorities of the United States and said, hey, I've got all these documents and they look kind of classified. Maybe I shouldn't put them out because people's lives will be lost. Obviously, that didn't happen, but that's part of the idea for the law. Now there's precedent for how we dealt with this case. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a retired intelligence officer, but I'd be concerned about this going forward. There was always concern that Russian intelligence services were working with WikiLeaks and using WikiLeaks as a means to disseminate the intelligence that they stole. And so the relationship between Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, and Russian intelligence was always one that was, I think, on the radar for U.S. intelligence. It's something that isn't probably going to be discussed publicly, although perhaps the DNI could answer a general question about it, but it's probably sensitive sources and methods about the extent to which we know that collaboration really existed. But that was always the concern, and that's why ultimately the Trump administration veered off in a different direction and declared WikiLeaks a hostile intelligence service, whereas the Obama administration did not do that.
Yeah, and years later, WikiLeaks would intersect with the 2016 campaign, and Special Counsel Robert Mueller indicted 12 Russians for hacking Democrats' computer systems and releasing emails and documents, including from Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta. I mean, at that point, Assange was holed up in Ecuador's embassy in the UK, but there was that considered even more of a linkage between Assange and Russia, or was that just he 100%. Was just a conduit?
No, it was. Those were links. And there was always concern that there were deeper links between Russian intelligence and WikiLeaks, and that the Russians saw an opportunity to, again, to disseminate the secret information that they had stolen.
And Dan, when he was holed up in the Ecuador embassy, avoiding extradition for like 7 years, over that time, Chelsea Manning's sentence, as you noted, was commuted by President Obama, outgoing President Obama at that time. It was like 2017. Many Republicans were upset. It sounds like you disagreed with that decision. And it seems like people are very much, this is a binary issue, right? You're either on the side of believing people like Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange are whistleblowers and like akin to journalists, and they shouldn't be in prison.
Well, they're not.
Or you think
they were working for the U.S. government. If they had a problem with what the U.S. government was doing, then they have lots of options to make those concerns known inside their respective agencies. There's an inspector general, there's Senate and House oversight committees, and there's obviously their leadership. So going outside of the agency and deliberately just deliberately exposing our nation's secrets, again, that's treasonous, and Chelsea Manning should still be in jail. It doesn't do a whole lot for precedent, judicial precedent, nor does it do much for deterrence in the future when you let someone out of jail like that. That's just flat out wrong. And again, I'm all about, I'm in the media now, and I'm all about freedom of speech and the First Amendment. That has nothing to do with what these guys did, and it doesn't have anything at all, in my view at least, to do with what was going on at WikiLeaks. It's a bit of a slippery slope because journalists do often, or sometimes do acquire secret information. Look back at the Pentagon Papers, for example. It had such an impact on the war in Vietnam, and so U.S. citizen journalists certainly deserve some protection, and there's going to be friction there, national security and freedom of speech. But this case is different, in my view at least, and particularly the egregious actions of the Vault 7 traitor from CIA who shared all those cyber hacking tools, as well as Chelsea Manning and throw Snowden into the mix and others. They're playing with intelligence operatives from Russia and likely other states, and that puts it in a different category.
And Dan, one more before I let you go. Do you feel, maybe confidence is the wrong word, but do you feel some confidence that this will not happen again, that we have some new rules in place to prevent this?
You can't speculate on that stuff. Who knows? I think there's a lot of people hard at work on counterintelligence throughout the intelligence community to ensure that it doesn't happen. We need to stay a step ahead of our adversaries who are trying to recruit U.S. officials, intelligence officers, and others. Look where Snowden's living now, in Russia. That ought to tell us something. So we got to stay a step ahead of them. We also have to have really strong controls over our secret information. And we need to ensure that our contractors play by those same rules. And we need to warn the private sector that Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, and non-state hackers, they don't draw a distinction between our private sector and the government. They're targeting us for just massive cyber attacks and human intelligence-based and enabled cyber attacks against us. If a business person is on LinkedIn, you just might get contacted by some Chinese intelligence officer posing as somebody who's playing volleyball down the street at the same place you like to. So you just have to be aware of those sorts of things and understand that we need to educate ourselves, and that's why this case is so important, and draw lessons from this, as you point out, so that we're stronger going forward and more able to defend ourselves against these ubiquitous threats.
A CIA officer telling us to trust no one. Former CIA station chief and Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Take care.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Think about it. How prepared are you for the unexpected? Emergencies strike without warning, and we all know something big will be thrown at us soon. Being prepared makes all the difference. This means having a reliable food supply stored to use during tougher times. That's why at My Patriot Supply, we sell thousands of our 4-week emergency food kits every week. Each kit is packed with delicious, easy-to-prepare meals that provide over 2,000 calories per day. These kits are designed to stand by for up to 25 years, ready to use when you need them most. This week, save $50 on every 4-week emergency food kit you need. Simply go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure one for each family member. That's $50 off every 4-week emergency food kit. Order by 3 p.m. and your kit's shipped that same day. It's better to have emergency food than to need it and not have it. Shop mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here along with Mike Chapman, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Mike, one of the best parts about our region, historic homes, is that a problem for Chapman?
That's not a problem at all. We have done quite a few historic renovations. We've done the second oldest building in the city of Harrisburg, Franklin and Marshall College. We have several window companies and door companies that can reproduce very authentic windows and doors. We have a couple architectural reps who work with architects and builders, so we can just provide products, but we can work with the builders all the way down to, one window in somebody's home.
Experience for yourself the Chapman difference. Windows, doors, siding, shutters. Give Chapman a call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infiniti, now's the time to check out the Bush Auto Group. At Bush Infiniti of Westchester, we have exceptional offers just for you. Enjoy rates as low as 4.9% for 36 months on Infiniti certified pre-owned vehicles. Plus, every new Infiniti comes with 3 years free maintenance. Don't wait. Visit in-store today at Bush Infiniti of Westchester or online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Mayor Sherelle Parker says her program to, quote, deep clean the city is on pace to finish by the end of August. A Bucks County woman will serve prison time for killing her boyfriend in 2022. And Julian Assange is a free man after a U.S. judge accepts his plea deal.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The trial of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich getting underway today in Russia, 15 months after he was arrested on charges of spying for the CIA. Russian officials allowing a glimpse of Gershkovich before the closed-door trial as he stood in a glass box, his head shaven. Both the Wall Street Journal and the U.S. government maintaining his innocence, saying he is wrongly detained. A progressive squad member has been ousted in a New York primary. Democrat Congressman Jamal Bowman lost to George Latimer Tuesday night.
Tonight we turn a page and we say that we believe in inclusion of everybody in our representation.
Colorado Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, progressive New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez both won their primaries. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The New York Knicks are all in. According to ESPN, the Nets and Knicks have agreed on a trade that will send Mikal Bridges to play for New York. In return, Brooklyn will receive Bojan Bogdanovic, 4 unprotected first-round picks, a protected first-rounder from the Bucks, an unprotected pick swap, and a 2025 second-rounder. The Knicks are coming off a year where they won 50 games for the first time since the 2012-13 season and reached Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals before losing to the Pacers. Bridges now joins his former Villanova teammates in Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, and Dante DiVincenzo. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Maybe it was just written in the stars for J.J. Redick. He's the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Dan Hurley could have been, but we know it's going to be J.J. Redick. What does this mean for Bronny James? J.J.'s in business with LeBron. They're partners on a media company. They've got the podcast going on. His name's been out there for a long time. Is this Bronny to the Lakers? You have Rich Paul, Clutch Sports, saying that it's not necessarily a package deal where LeBron's going to go wherever Bronny ends up. If that's true, Bronny James could be with the Phoenix Suns, the Minnesota Timberwolves, based on some new info that Rich Paul put out there. And it doesn't necessarily mean that LeBron James is opting out of his contract and he's going to end up following his son wherever, especially Phoenix, where Rich Paul has openly said LeBron's not going to play for the minimum deal.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, because PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities dead.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shouters, because ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below. Call 811 before you dig. Help us hit 50 and 5. More at PA1call.org.
Don't walk around with T-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
David Marcus.
What's on your mind?
Almost from the moment he descended the golden escalator nearly a decade ago, we have heard tell about the infamous shy Donald Trump voter lurking below the surface of public opinion. But today, under Joe Biden's disastrous leadership, these people are coming out of their shells. The shy Trump voter could have been a coworker, a sister-in-law, anyone really, softly staring into the distance as those around them talked about the evil horrors of Trump. In liberal cities, Trump voters would quietly size each other up with code phrases about the border or wokeness before quietly whispering, "Wait, are you a Trump guy?" From the beginning, part of the magic of Trump's raucous rallies was that so many of his supporters who couldn't tell their friends or family were suddenly surrounded by a sea of like-minded Americans ready not just to vote, but to party. But something has changed. From individuals to institutions, the stain of publicly standing up for Trump is all but gone, and in its place stands, well, not so much defiance as the simple realization that Donald Trump was a competent president, not a cartoon supervillain. Much of the reason for this shift is a shambolic 3.5 years of the Biden administration, which has left many longing wistfully for the days of the Donald in the Oval Office. Every day, voters face harsh reminders of Biden's failed policies at the gas pump and the grocery store, where prices have soared, in stories of murder and mayhem committed by illegal immigrants, all underscored by the war drums of global conflict. Even darling of progressives, J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon warned his lefty buddies at Davos earlier this year not to underestimate the current appeal of Trump. Just take a step back and be honest, Dimon opined. He was kind of right about NATO. He was kind of right about immigration. He grew the economy quite well. Tax reform worked. Trump has recently enjoyed high-profile fundraisers from high rollers and big oil and big tech who even 4 years ago might have shied away from such a MAGA spotlight, but no more. And who can blame them? Biden essentially wants to gut the energy industry in places like Texas, and Democrats' policies are destroying states like California, where the tech industry thrives. And the same thing is happening with average Americans in their daily lives. Saying one plans to vote for Trump is no longer associated with being part of an angry fringe movement, but just the simple recognition that things were better when he was in office. This also explains why we see so many Black and Hispanic voters not just supporting Trump in the polls, but also publicly, as highlighted by his recent rallies in the Bronx and North Philadelphia. For Biden's campaign, this overcoming of shyness by those inclined towards Trump is a double disaster. Not only does it invite new Trump supporters, but it also undermines the most central message of the campaign, that Trump is uniquely dangerous. The more normal, everyday people who say, "I don't love the mean tweets, but I have to admit things were better when he was president," the less effective Biden's rants about MAGA extremism and threats to democracy appear. The era of the shy Trump voter is over. He really is just a normal politician now. And more importantly, this time around, voters aren't choosing between two candidates, but between two presidencies. Joe Biden can't scare the country into voting for him with threats of fascism anymore. He has to earn it on the merits of the job he has done. And if the polls today are any indication, that is going to be a heavy lift indeed. I'm David Marcus, author of Charade, The COVID Lies That Crushed a Nation.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need, and with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages, it was emails. It was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Wednesday, June 26th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. The phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Henry Mashett, our associate producers. It is a hump day. Tony Bruno's coming up at 8:30. And what a show we have for you this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy hump day.
Happy hump day indeed. Gregory?
Jamal Bowman out.
Fire alarms down.
Fire alarms down. Wow. Look, and he got not just beat, destroyed.
He got housed. Ousted.
So, yeah, one squad member.
One down, 8 to go.
I guess all those appearances, I guess you weren't here, but we played him on Colbert. I guess all those appearances on those late night shows didn't help him.
Yeah, and it probably didn't help Colbert either.
Man, I mean, look, when you these free Palestine, they are not popular thoughts.
We've been saying for months on this show that isn't it interesting that the divide in the Democrat Party that could undo it all with the squad and the progressives versus more of the liberal and moderate faction could also just really come down to your views on the Middle East.
Yep.
Right? John Fetterman making sense, and the squad Dems are like, from the river to the sea. Well, now Jamal Bowman can literally go from the river to the sea. He's got a lot of free time on his hands these days. Maybe he'll end up on talk radio.
So you're saying that rally where AOC jumped around like a dope didn't help?
Well, it helped her. She got reelected in a landslide because she ran against some idiot. We'll talk about that and their terrible strategy, putting up billboards in Times Square when you're competing for a seat in Brooklyn / the Queens area. Kind of 3 different areas, but don't tell that to the candidate trying to unseat AOC. A lot of good stuff to get to. Is MAGA really just Gen X? I had a thought. I had a theory. We're going to tie that into some pop culture.
Uh-oh.
And
I love pop culture.
We'll see if it lands.
Uh-oh.
If it doesn't land, well, what am I going to do? Lose my job? I'd be like a pollster. I get things wrong from time to time.
So at 6:15, you're going to throw something out there and see if it lands.
I think it will land.
I like it.
But I'll leave it up to the people.
Yeah.
Also, Vivek Ramaswamy dropping a hint. If you don't believe the 3 finalists are the 3 finalists, could Mr. Ramaswamy make a late play for Veep? We'll get to that. Also, what Joe Biden must avoid per debate coaches, Hillary and her thoughts on Trump in a debate setting. Hillary, just let it go. Just let it go.
She has a book out now, right?
Yeah, we all have a book out. There's a book that I would actually like to buy. It's written by Jack Carr.
Yeah, very
Which
nice.
we,
Good night last night, yeah.
Yeah, what a cool night last night was at Zlock with Zioli, Jack Carr, and some great listeners, some IPAs, some cocktails.
Yeah.
Fun was had. Cut sheet 7:45, Tony Bruno at 8:30. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news right out of the gate. Round number 1 at 6:04. She's been known to drive her minivan with her left hand while simultaneously cutting the grass with her right hand.
Stop.
She's the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. We are under a heat advisory for today. Yes, it's Wednesday, hump day, high heat day, June 26th. We're at 76 degrees, heating up to 96 degrees, humidity galore. We'll talk about the forecast, but it's going to feel a lot hotter than 96 today. A Philadelphia police officer remains hospitalized this morning after being shot during the traffic stop over the weekend in the Kensington section of the city. Many prayers as his family surrounds him, many fellow officers. We've been updating you on the situation. The 31-year-old officer, 25th District, his name is officially not being released at the request of his family, and he remains in the intensive care unit at Temple University Hospital this morning. We are told that, yes, he is still on that respirator, his family by his side. We know he's a family man, husband, father. That suspect in the case, 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez, charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and other offenses. He's being held on $12.5 million in bail. And as we've been talking about, learning more about this suspect charged, who not only is accused of firing at the officers there and striking this officer, but then fleeing, taking a hostage, causing a barricade situation, another attempted carjacking, and some newer details as we're trying to figure out what happened back 13 years ago when he was in Puerto Rico, when he was arrested for allegedly, according to those records, not allegedly, according to those officials, shooting at another officer and another carjacking back in the day. But apparently, as they look at this, Philadelphia police and detectives not getting many answers as to what happened next in Puerto Rico to 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez. In other words, if he was arrested and charged in that case some 11 years ago, what was the proceeding? Did he spend jail time there? Was he convicted? There seems to be a gap.
Staggering that we can't get the information from a territory that is under control of the United States. I mean, this guy's got a track record of violence towards police officers. I would imagine the only reason it's not more than $12 million bail or no bail is because it's at this point attempted murder because the officer's clinging to his life on a ventilator. Yeah. So he killed a police officer over a decade ago. if this officer dies, we should just take this guy out back and go firing squad on him. Get rid of this scumbag.
It's just so I know that their work, it's an active investigation, but it's it's a devastating situation. We continue, and the police, even city officials, have said, please pray for this officer. So very critically injured. We also have a 4-year-old little boy critically injured, his mom injured after they were struck by a car while crossing the street. Happened in North Philadelphia. Police investigating this one. The little boy and his mom, they say, are in the hospital this morning. They were struck by that car last night in the Somerdale section of Philadelphia, 6 o'clock in the evening. Police say they responded to that crash at the intersection of Bridge Street and Somerdale Avenue, I should say. It was a 2002 Toyota Highlander traveling south on Somerdale Ave when it tried to turn left on Bridge Street, and that's when these two pedestrians, a mommy and her little boy, 4 years old, 26-year-old mom, they were struck, rushed to the hospital, and he's in critical condition this morning. Mom's in stable condition, but they're investigating this one. The driver of the Toyota stayed at the scene there, did the right thing, but this under investigation. They're saying there are no charges as of yet. And we do have new details on the drowning of that 6-year-old little boy. This is South Jersey, who we've been telling you about, drowned on the first day of summer camp in South Jersey. It happened at Liberty Lake Day Camp. This is Bordentown. On Mondays when it happened, and authorities say the boy was found unresponsive in a swimming pool at the camp shortly before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, was pulled out by a lifeguard, and the camp staffers tried to save his life, tried to revive the boy, calling 911. He was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. So we're now learning more details. He's being identified by his family, by his school, as Michael Stewart, 6-year-old Michael Stewart. He would have headed into the first grade. His family says they signed Michael up at camp to learn how to swim. Oh, boy.
I was just going to ask that question, if he had passed the swimming test to even be in the pool. I mean, I remember my daughters, even as recent as 2 summers ago, in 2022, when they were 8 years old, still not allowed to go in until they actually passed that swim test with lifeguards in attendance. And you got to swim the entire duration of the pool. Yeah. Awful.
There's nothing more important. Let me just say this again. There's nothing more important than teaching your kids how to swim.
You're so right.
Nothing more important.
Right.
The reason my son Michael became a lifeguard was because our niece Joni Logan drowned in a pool
I'm
years
sorry.
ago. And so that was why Michael became a lifeguard. He advocates for it.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually given award-winning speeches.
He saved
for that.
He saved some kid's life too, didn't he?
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
He's had about I think at this point 8 saves that he's been involved in. But
probably eight that he wishes he didn't have to make.
I know,
right?
I mean, but to your point, it's just that but you know, in this case, and we don't have all the details. They're investigating exactly what happened, how he drowned, and they do things. I will tell you the standard operating procedure in something like this, making sure all the lifeguards were certified. Was how long? How fast did this happen? Sometimes in high heat, it's seconds, and also sometimes people, if they're bobbing up and down,
right.
It's called a dry drowning.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know that they're drowning.
Right.
So it's just, this is so sad. I mean, they've released statements about that it's a senseless tragedy, and there are no words appropriate enough to capture the heartache. They remained open, and they confirmed that they do have 25 lifeguards certified in first aid, CPR, AED on staff. They have a large staff there.
Mm-hmm.
So this is under investigation, and the autopsy is pending.
Okay.
It's just so sad this morning.
Tragic.
Oh my gosh. So we also have we're learning more about, in other news, President Joe Biden issuing this mass pardon for veterans convicted of consensual same-sex activity, even though he voted for one of those landmark laws that banned people in the LGBTQ plus community from the military while he was a senator.
That was 90s Biden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Different Joe now.
So, we are still in Pride Month. It's June.
That's right.
And Biden is looking forward to a big campaign event with the LGBTQ plus community this Friday.
It's going by very fast. I got to take. Can we just extend it into July? Let's go full 6 weeks here.
Stop.
Let's actually skip the 4th of July.
It's a sin.
It is.
So I know we'll have a lot of other news with Julian Assange, the election, and I guess it's not a surprise with Bowman. We'll talk about all of that this morning. And as well, we're looking at storms coming in and the heat advisory that we are looking at for today. 96 degrees. We will not beat a record, by the way. It's not a record temperature day, even though we're at 96 degrees. But we are going to have could be severe storms moving through this afternoon. Rain, thunderstorms, and very hot and humid as we lead up to those afternoon storms today. Could see some high winds. But those storms bring in a cold front that will cool us off. It's going to feel great overnight. And that really tees us up for tomorrow, 88 degrees as our Phils will come home after they play in Detroit today. Last night lost 4-1 to the Tigers, but coming home tomorrow to start a new series and gorgeous baseball weather, gorgeous beach weather, anything you want to do. 88 and sunny for your Thursday. Friday, oh my goodness, perfect day, 84 degrees, bright sunny skies. Moving into the weekend, we do have chances of those pop-up showers, heating up to 86 for your Saturday, 90 degrees for Sunday, and then into next week, you're going to love it weather-wise. We are in the low to mid-80s and sunny skies at least through midweek next week. So finally, we're hitting some cooler weather and out of the heat after we get through today. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:14 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning. MAGA, merely a Gen X reboot and an establishment rebellion? Well, last Wednesday in Nashville, after packing boxes and cleaning out our garage and getting prepared to load the U-Haul truck on Friday for the move back to Pennsylvania, my mother-in-law and I sat out back on the deck for a drink as darkness approached. Naturally, we got into politics. Naturally, she lost her mind over Donald Trump yet again. And we have always butted heads in a loving fashion over Trump v. Hillary, Trump v. Biden, and once again, Trump v. Biden, the rematch. But this was the first time since I started doing this radio show that she asked me the following question. And I didn't even hesitate to answer or ponder my explanation. And the question she had for me was, what is it with MAGA and their Trump obsession? And I said, the answer is simple. It's a rebellion against the establishment. And the conversation continued for well over an hour into the night before we turned in to get some sleep. But it's really quite simple. Make America great again is not make America white again, as Stephen A. Smith has implied recently on ESPN. It's an American first agenda. But more importantly, the more I thought about it, it's actually a reboot of Generation X. Gen X rebelled against the establishment. They rebelled against authority. They rebelled against traditional norms, standard operating procedure, and being told what to do, how to do it, and the fact that you'll do it and you'll like it. You might recall the intro to the Twisted Sister music video of We're Not Gonna Take It. Listen and watch this.
All right, mister, what do you think you're doing? You call this a room? This is a pigsty. I want you to straighten up this area now! You are a disgusting slob! Are you listening to me? What do you want to do with your life?
I want to rock.
If that doesn't register or ring a bell, perhaps the scene from The Breakfast Club will, when Bender dared to challenge Vernon on a Saturday in detention. Listen and watch.
Any questions?
Yeah, I got a question. Does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
I'll give you the answer to that question, Mr. Bender, next Saturday. Don't mess with the bull, young man. You'll get the horns.
And yes, MAGA under Trump is a reboot of Ronald Reagan, but for the Gen X crowd, who are now between the ages of 44 to 59, who were born between 1965 and 1980, it's about rebelling against the way Washington has always done it. In particular, the way the GOP has always done it. Because we arrived at the conclusion that career politicians don't care about us. They only care about lining their pockets and enriching their own lives. Dawn says it all the time. They are playing us. And as Al Bundy eloquently said on an episode of Married with Children, when the highway workers and the State Department of Transportation failed travelers on Labor Day, they don't care about you. Listen and watch this.
But does the highway department prepare for us? Are they out here helping us? Are they out there in front of us by that first damn car that caused this traffic jam saying, step on the gas, you let the 20 million people pass? They are not. Why? Because they don't care. And that, my friends, is what really reeks.
It's why we've rejected people like Nikki Haley, who charged $400,000 an hour to be at a speaking engagement. Not many were buying what she was selling. And speaking of reboots, she's nothing more than a refurbished, repackaged, and rebranded Bush Republican. But most MAGA Trump supporters who were Republicans before never want to go back to the Bush, Cheney, and Romney days of Republican politics. And then there are some MAGA supporters who never were a Republican before Trump came along, like myself. And if the GOP reverts back to rhinos and uniparty hacks and swamp sellouts, they'll abandon the Republican Party quick, fast, and in a hurry in the post-Trump era. We want an economy that is America first. We want a secure border where illegal immigrants aren't caught and released between ports of entry, but deported for not going about the process properly. We want law and order. We want accountability, low inflation, energy independence, drill, baby, drill. The American dream to be achievable once again, and no more stinking wars. Sorry, Lindsay. And Gen Xers will tell you, rebelling against authority was a great time. It didn't necessarily mean breaking the law, but it meant challenging your parents' orders. It meant standing up to archaic teachers who were over the hill. It meant watching things you shouldn't, listening to music with parental advisory warnings, and perhaps staying up late on a Monday night to watch wrestling. Yes, perhaps you'll recall the iconic wrestling stable known as D-Generation X, or for short, DX, who took wrestling to new heights in the late 90s Attitude Era of the World Wrestling Federation. Listen and watch this.
So today, we will go down there. Down where? Sir! Sir! Down there. And we will blow them out of the water. This mission will start at the Norfolk Scope with WCW wrestling. And it will end right here tonight at the Hampton Roads Coliseum, for Raw is War.
And I got suspended in 1998 from school for 5 days for giving the DX crotch chop to my 9th grade history teacher. Needless to say, my parents were not too happy about that. Neither was my football coach, and I ran many hills that afternoon for doing so. But when you were banned for something, it made you want it more. That, in a nutshell, is Donald Trump in the MAGA movement. That's why Trump rolled in the primaries, because MAGA was denied a second term of Trump because of 2020 and everything that ensued. And many of our theories and claims over the last 4 years have been proven either partially true or completely true. It's why I believe Donald Trump will receive more than 74 million votes this time around in 2024, because MAGA was denied 4 more years in 2020. And after having this theory of MAGA and Gen X, I just went online to see if I was alone in my theory and my thoughts, and I was not. I actually found an article from 2 years ago in 2022 written by Politico in a column with the following headline, quote, "How Gen X Became the Trumpiest Generation." It was written under Politico's Culture Club section and published on May 20th, 2022 by columnist Ben Jacobs. The sub-headline reads, "Alt-rocker Sherry Westrich's journey may seem unusual, but given the strange political arc of her generation, it might not be. Here's an excerpt. It's a drowsy, rainy Thursday at the Iowa State Capitol. And Iowa State Representative Sherilyn Westrich is speaking to a school group about how a bill becomes a law. The state legislature is out of session, and only a handful of members are lazing about the chamber catching up on correspondence. Westrich, a petite, cheery blonde, is just finishing up explaining how a lawmaker can summon a legislative page to their desk if they have a specific request to add to a bill. Her audience is a group of about 24 middle school-aged kids seated on the floor in the back corner of the room. Just then, another legislator, Steve Holt, interrupts with a smirk. It's a school group from his district, but he had left Westrich babysitting them for a few minutes. Quote, "You all know a fun fact about Rep. Westrich?" he asks. "She was in a famous rock band when she was young. You can find the videos on YouTube." Westrich then tries to explain her past to the school group of children too young to remember Kanye West at the VMAs, let alone the mid-90s alternative rock scene. Quote, "Well, so you guys know who Madonna is, right? Madonna signed my band to her record label, and we all toured around the world and got to play all the big coliseums and venues like Madison Square Garden, and then we had videos. You guys know about MTV, right? We had 2 of them, and you can still find them online from a long time ago, back in the 1900s, end quote. Politico continues, the children laugh politely, and then it's time for them to go back to their school bus. But their tour of the Iowa State Capitol and brief excursion into 90s nostalgia were over. But for Westrich, neither was. The first-term Iowa Republican was a Zelig-like figure in the 90s pop culture, but she's perhaps best known for playing keyboard with the Rentals, a 90s band that scored a single hit with the song Friends of P, while touring the world with performers like Blur and Alanis Morissette. Now, 20 years later, after getting inspired to enter politics by former President Donald Trump's 2016 campaign, Westrich is a solidly conservative state rep from blue-collar Southeast Iowa who is pro-gun and anti-vaccine mandate. It may be an unusual trajectory for someone who played synthesizer in a popular alt-rock band, but given the politics of people in her generation, it actually might not be unusual at all. That's from Politico. So the next time you run into a mother-in-law, a friend, a family member, or even a total stranger in person or on social media, and they can't fathom how you are a MAGA Republican, just hit them with everything I just told you. And who cares if they agree or not? Your analogy and comparison could very well be spot on. MAGA and Gen X, not that different. And just keep rocking on. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube, just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get some of the updates and results from a lot of elections and primaries last night. And also, is the dark horse for Veep not a dark horse at all? Because he's going to be there Thursday night after all. We'll get into that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. We continue to be committed to making your car buying experience fast, easy, and better with simplified pricing every day at Colonial. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. We also take the worry out of how much you'll be getting for your trade. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We're in the final stages of the construction of our new state-of-the-art showroom. A bigger, more comfortable area for sales, more service space, easier pickup and drop-off. But why wait? We're fully operational while the construction continues, and we have over 200 vehicles in stock and waiting for you. Tucson's, Konas, Santa Fe's, and Palisades. We even have incredible finance offers, some as low as 0% for up to 60 months. Every new vehicle at Colonial Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Route 30 in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Up to 20% off dealer listed price includes all rebates and incentives. Offer cannot be combined with other offers. Offer N71. See dealer for
for years now, people have been switching their wireless service to Pure Talk to save money. I mean, $20 a month, you get unlimited talk and text and tons of data. It's a no-brainer. But in the last few weeks, well, Pure Talk has also reported a surge of new customers. They're signing up in order to support a charity that's near and dear to their hearts, America's Warrior Partnership. which, by the way, they're on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide by filling the basic needs of our vets. So many of my listeners have chosen to step away from the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and now you can help vets with their support of AWP. And by the way, this continues through the 4th of July weekend. So join us, switch your cell phone service to America's most dependable 5G network with Pure Talk. Do it before the 4th of July weekend, and you'll be helping support veterans in need all across the country. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW, and you'll be connected to Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team. Pound 250, keyword SAVE NOW.
Oh, I wish I could handle all my financial needs under one roof.
How many roofs do you go to?
Currently, 4. One for savings, another for loans, and...
Stop. Write this down. First Harvest Credit Union. I'm able to save money with amazing loan rates and saving options like certificates, checking, growth savings account, which is currently earning 3.5% annual percentage yield. Should I continue?
You had me at one roof.
Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Equal opportunity lender insured by NCUA.
Well, it's Gerhard's Freedom to Save sales event, and we've got deals more star-spangled than Apollo Creed shorty shorts.
We're giving you the chance to save $1,000 instantly on this LG Counter Depth French door refrigerator.
Would you look at the Liberty bells and whistles on that thing?
It's only $9.99.
Independence Hall of Fame is where that one belongs. Come on down to Gerhard's and let the freedom sale ring.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin. Rub it in. Use only as directed.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I'm a good guy for a gal. So won't you look my palm over? I got time for a chat. So won't you tell me my future?
6:30, Kayal and Company, as we continue Hump Day Wednesday. Tony Bruno, 2 hours from now, live from Florida at 8:30. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. Going to be a scorcher today, both weather-wise and content-wise. We got a lot of great stuff lined up for you today. We'll get to some of the primary results, a squad win, a squad loss. And by the way, the Bobes was back in action last night. We'll give you a
primary, yeah.
We'll give you a Lauren Boebert update coming up in a little bit.
The Bobes.
The Bobes. Hey, look, you make out in a movie, you vape when you're not supposed to, you can still succeed in politics. We'll
keep hope alive.
That's all you got to do, folks. These are the stories I like to break down.
By the way, this is, I mean, like with all the Supreme Court decisions that are coming down this week, I guess this is going to be a huge week.
I know.
This is a huge week plus the debate.
Yep.
When's tomorrow night, right?
Tomorrow night.
Oh my God.
Simulcasted right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick Kayal.
How about that?
Yeah.
Well, I just learned that yesterday. I didn't realize too that like Fox is, and I saw Fox run an ad. They said, yeah, live coverage of the debate starting at 9:00, and it says on their screen simulcast of CNN. I'm like,
yeah,
what are they in cahoots together?
No, CNN is they're letting any network carry it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Well, whatever CNN can do to drum up increase their numbers, I guess, right?
It is.
Factor it all in together.
Which means I think it's a bigger night for Jake Tapper and Dana Bash than it is for Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Yeah, and also, in all seriousness, how is Dana Bash not kind of excluded or deemed ineligible to moderate a debate when her husband, I believe, was one of those 51 intel officers that deemed Hunter Biden's laptop to be Russian disinformation? We spent a lot of yesterday talking about Jake Tapper and his disdain for Trump and the Hitler comparisons. But for the love of God, I think Dana Bash is currently married to this individual who's one of those intel officers because she used to be married to King, right? And then they got divorced?
Yeah.
Right. So she goes from marrying that bore on television to marrying a guy who's like, yeah, this laptop thing, it's not real.
Richard Ryan says they're not letting them, they are charging them. That's just not true. It's just not true. I mean, we're taking it for nothing.
Okay.
So it's not true.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you for that.
Yes. So, Dawn, I want to ask you this because you made a great statement many months ago on this show in regards to the big take with MAGA, and you said Donald Trump didn't create the MAGA movement. He answered the movement. What does MAGA mean to you? Because the conversation that I had to have with my mother-in-law was fascinating, and it's not something I've done for the first time, but it was the first time we had that conversation, her and I. We've always talked on this show what MAGA means beyond Make America Great Again. But what does it mean to you personally?
It means Make America Great Again, which Trump did not even coin. That was coined by, obviously, Ronald Reagan back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Some people don't remember that or talk about that. But to me, it's really simple. Make America Great Again. Peace, prosperity. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, and I really believe that the reason people like your mother-in-law, who I know you love and adore, and she's a great lady and a great mom and grandmom, but that's what bothers me about especially Joe Biden's speech right here in Philadelphia. I'll never forget that. And we were down the shore because it was the beginning of the school year, football games underway at the shore, and Biden was to speak. And so I was watching this, and he had the Marines behind him, that weird red lighting, Independence Mall, and talked about evil MAGA.
Yeah.
And I was stunned by that.
It was a very angry, animated, agitated, it almost had like a violent theme to it, did it not?
Like,
just with the backdrop.
And I wish I could say, I think it was one of my kids, I'm not sure, but right away, they said it's Darth Biden. It was like a Star Wars thing.
Uh-huh.
And so to me, I just thought, wow, he's talking about me. Like, I'm a mom in a minivan. You know what I mean? Like, what?
Right.
And I really just think that they've demonized a whole group of people who truly just want to make America great again. We've been through hell.
Mm-hmm.
It's been tough with the economy, the pandemic, like Bidenomics, everything. And for him to demonize, it's one thing to attack your candidate on their policies or attack them personally, you be you. But when you start attacking hundreds of millions of Americans, half the country, what is that all about?
Right. You personally just go after 74 million people in a nation of 340 million, in a nation where there was 150. To your point, you just went after half of the voters that voted the last time around.
And why?
And honestly, is it any different than Hillary calling us deplorables?
Right.
It's just he didn't use that word, but I would argue he was more venomous than Hillary was. I mean, Hillary was just a word. I can get past words. The left, they can't get past certain words. But Biden had especially for a man who said he was going to unite the country, a fractured nation more divided than ever. He's done nothing but further drive the divide.
And he's from Delaware. I always think of the Delaware way. We always hear, and I love Delaware. And I covered Joe Biden for many years as a news reporter in so-called, mainstream media, CBS News, Fox. And I always thought, well, he's a kind man, and he's known as we knew him as a senator, and then the Veep and the friendship bracelets with Obama. And all of a sudden, there he is with the U.S. Marines as props behind him, that red lighting, just the way that he said it, the MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was, to me, it's all part of this idea that because he wants to win re-election, he also wants people to think of people who vote for Trump, so-called Make America Great Again Republicans, to be viewed differently. And it goes with this theme of weaponization of government and this idea that, well, certain people deserve to be treated differently because, they're evil. MAGA.
Yeah. Stalker, you're a Gen X pop culture guy. Is the MAGA Gen X comparison or analogy accurate? Do you think maybe MAGA or Gen X maybe a little more libertarian?
I don't know. I understand where you're going with this. I do understand the rebellion nature of it, but I do also feel like Gen X was rebelling against something in the 80s or 90s, and then everybody grew up. So maybe some of it is still true, but maybe not. I don't know.
Because there was a lot of guys last night at the event at Zlock that I would say were probably Gen Xers in that 44 to 59 young, fit military guys. And I would assume most of them last night were either Republicans or Trump supporters, but there could have been some just pro-military Democrats last night as well.
Yeah, I'm anytime you're going to play a clip from D-Generation X and the Breakfast Club, I'm...
So I get points for that?
I'm all in. But yeah, look, I mean, it's there's definitely a tired of the status quo. Correct. As far as politicians go. I mean, yes, that was always that was Trump's appeal in 2016. So I think now that he's been in politics for how long have we been talking about him? Like, he's
close to a decade.
He's been in politics for 10 years now. Like, he's not really the anti-establishment guy anymore, is he? He kind of is the establishment.
That's what Nikki Haley tried to paint him as.
But yeah,
which I thought she missed on that because I think she's more establishment than he'll ever be.
Please don't compare me to Nikki Haley. No, but he's been MAGA is the Republican Party now. So how can you be anti-establishment when he's the face of the Republican Party? You can't be anti-establishment and the face of the Republican Party.
Valid, unless this is a brief deviation in American politics on the Republican side of the aisle. Does MAGA continue years down the road? Everything that was successful under Trump, can that be replicated and duplicated for election cycles and elections for years to come? Or is it after Trump is gone, or even now in the Trump era, you go back to 2020, you go back to 2022 midterms. If Trump loses again in 2024, was this just a outlier? Was this just a one-off where it was the right time, it was the right person against the right opponent, which was Hillary Clinton, and then we go back to the way it used to be?
No, I think he changed politics forever.
Okay.
But that doesn't negate the fact that you can't really call him anti-establishment when he's the face of one of the two parties we have in this country.
Gotcha.
It's just you just can't do it. He came in 15 as a disruptor. Nobody thought he was going to win in 15. I 100% understand that. And then he ascended to victory. So 15, 16, he was the ultimate outsider. Then he became president. He's not really an outsider then.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So, a couple of election results from last night. You heard Dawn mention this a little bit in the news. Jamal Bowman is the first squad Democrat to get defeated as he loses his New York primary in a major blow to progressives. George Latimer unseating Jamal Bowman in the Democratic primary in New York's 16th congressional district, which was a kind of a big upset. It's a big sting and a blow to progressives in what, according to The Hill, has been the party's most divisive primary of the cycle. Latimer, a Westchester County executive, defeated Bowman, the notorious fire alarm yanker, in a fierce contest that became a proxy battle between differing ideological factions of the Democratic Party, which we have talked about, and a lot of money, right?
It was the most. I think it was the most expensive district primary ever or something.
Yes. And the pivotal issue, according to The Hill, separating the candidates was their stances towards Israel amid the country's ongoing war with the Palestinian militant group Hamas. So Bowman takes a loss, but AOC wins her primary over former Wall Street banker Marty Dolan. So AOC, when you jump around on stage like you're a contestant on The Price is Right, that's clearly your path to victory, I guess, moving forward. But she racked up enough votes to beat the political newcomer Dolan. According to the Associated Press last night, they called the race less than 20 minutes after the polls closed at 9 p.m. And according to the New York Post, the primary contest spilled beyond the confines of the 14th Congressional District's Bronx and Queens boundaries, in large part because of AOC's national profile and perhaps because of a conservative Texas group's shaky grasp of New York City geography. The people that were basically bankrolling Marty Dolan put up billboards in Times Square, far from the district, where they were trying to blast her and put her on notice, and it did not work out. And then I mentioned Lauren Boebert. She got a big victory last night in Colorado, and she actually switched districts, and she tried to run for and was victorious in the seat that Ken Buck held. As you know, Ken Buck has left. And if you've ever watched C-SPAN and seen any of these House floor votes, Ken Buck is probably, if you're thinking about just the biggest rhino or uniparty hacks of the Republican Party, Ken Buck's probably that guy, because more often than not, he votes with Democrats. So I don't know what this guy has been doing all his life, but Boebert takes his spot, and that's where we stand. I do want to get to this, though. Vivek Ramaswamy said something interesting last night, and this goes back to the stalker theory of he's not necessarily buying the final three of Rubio, Vance, and Burgum on Trump's shortlist for VP. Vivek Ramaswamy confirming last night that he will be attending the first debate tomorrow night after Trump said his VP pick will be in attendance. So if you are of the belief that it will not be Burgum, Vance, or Rubio, I don't even want to use the word dark horse, because nobody, I think, has shined brighter in Republican primary politics over the last 6 to 8 months than Vivek Ramaswamy, a man that many knew little about. If you were to look at him as a stock, you would have bought him very, very low, and his value has ascended. Is it possible that if you believe what Stalker says, it won't be one of these three, that it could still be Vivek? We've heard Trump say, oh, he's definitely going to have a position. He's definitely got a spot in my administration. But could he shock the world and select Vivek within the next 2 or 3 weeks? I would not rule that completely out. And if you look at Trump from the outsider perspective and the, combative nature and the well-spoken nature and, who has ruffled Trump's feathers, Rubio said this in the past, Vance said that in the past. Vivek Ramaswamy, literally, during the primaries, other than the fact that he was trying to, quote, challenge Trump for the nomination. Remember on the debate stage, Vivek Ramaswamy never took a swipe at Trump, never said a negative word about Trump, was in Miami for his indictment when he officially got charged in the Mar-a-Lago case. If you talk about loyalty, I don't know that there's anybody that's been a bigger Trump advocate than Vivek Ramaswamy. Is it possible? Could he be the Veep? Would it shock you? Would it shock the world? I'll tell you this much. I guarantee you this. There's nobody that MAGA would love more than Vivek, and that includes J.D. Vance. I think if you ask every major MAGA Trump-loving Republican, J.D. Vance or Vivek Ramaswamy, I think 9 out of 10 take Vivek.
It's not going to be a Vivek.
Okay. All right. Just throwing it out there.
Dawn?
He's going to be in attendance, but then again, there could be 15 people in attendance that you could argue might be the guy or gal.
Think, to me, I would say he's to your point, he's probably a dark horse candidate, but would it surprise me? No, I think it's great that we have this. Look at this great field of candidates, and I think Vivek will definitely be in the new Trump cabinet. I absolutely think that.
Okay.
He's 38 years young. He's brilliant. He has, he's very loyal to Trump. So I think
He's too. He would steal the spotlight too much.
You think?
It's not going to. Yes, it's not going to be him.
But if Trump does win, isn't one of the notions or the ideas and concepts of the Veep is who you kind of hand the ball off to for the next 8 years? Could you imagine Vivek getting 4 years of experience underneath Trump in Washington, learning the swamp, and then somehow, some way, he became president of the United States and had 8 years? I mean, people's heads would explode. And oh, by the way, imagine Vivek against Kamala in a debate.
Oh, that would be epic.
It'd be like the Eagles playing Temple. Just saying. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll give you some polling updates and a betting market update on the election on the other side as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Guys, gals, if you're in the market for a luxury vehicle, can I entice you on the Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe? At Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, they will take care of you and get you into your dream ride. The Benz C300 is sleek and stylish on the outside, and it's packed with advanced technology on the inside. Its touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. It's like having Vivek Ramaswamy riding shotgun with you. You're never going to get steered in the wrong direction. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower, available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or maybe you want to swing by in Atlantic City, perhaps after riding your bike 65 miles. Shop online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in North Wildwood in Ocean City, New Jersey.
The satire on all of the Eagles and the Phillies, oh my goodness, it was just too hilarious.
His daughter's amazingly a great singer, but I didn't know everybody in the family was that good of a singer. I absolutely loved it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29, and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 6:52 as we wrap up hour number one on this Wednesday morning. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number two. Cut sheet at 7:45. Bruno at 8:30. We heard about the big expensive election, the most money ever invested in a losing effort. Jamal Bowman in New York. Blown away by this, and I just want to wrap the hour with a betting market update and some polling updates. This is now, according to Polymarket, where you can wager on the election offshore. There's $180 million in wagers that have already been placed on the 2024 election. And according to Polymarket, the betting odds and the likelihood, the implied odds, if you will, of Donald Trump winning, there has been a 28-point net swing in favor of Trump in the last 9 weeks. Just let me encapsulate this as briefly as I can. On April 18th, Biden had a 2-point lead, 45-43. A month later, on May 20th, Trump was up 10, 52-42%. On May 30th, as we approached Memorial Day, Trump was up 15, 54%-39%. As of yesterday, June 25th, Donald Trump now has a 26-point lead, according to the implied odds in the betting market. Donald Trump 60% likely to win the election. Joe Biden with a 34% chance from a probability perspective. That is a net 28-point swing towards Trump in the last 9 weeks. Hour number two is on the way. Kayal Company as we continue on a Wednesday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Summer's here, and it's time to tackle that to-do list. With an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard, get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This summer's temperatures are getting hot, hot, hot. Luckily, Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating is here to help keep you cool. Right now, get $50 off same-day AC repair. Or go ahead and upgrade that old unit and save up to $3,700 toward a new full home comfort system. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need service today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12-month same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Company. I wouldn't call it a new sensation. It's just been a success for 20 months now. Not that we're keeping track. Cut sheet, 7:45. Bruno at 8:30. News coming up in just a moment. Great time last night in Bucks County at Bucks County Community College. I got to tell you, Jack Carr, what an impressive individual. Navy SEAL sniper. And if you stuck around and, assuming you did. If you went, you stayed for the whole thing. I had to leave about halfway through because, as you know, we start at 6 a.m. But, man, the information and the knowledge of the history of this country, I mean, he was going all the way back to, like, 1945 and policies, and it was just unbelievable. And then you get Zioli in that setting, and Zioli was great as always. By the way, Rich lose a little weight. The Rich look really trimmed in tone. Like,
yeah.
Look at that.
Well, I think he has all these Fox News appearances.
Yeah, big TV guy now these days. Yeah.
I take credit for the, the hair gel and the makeup because I did provide him.
Well, the hair always looks good.
Hair and makeup tips.
Yeah, you gave him a couple of pointers. Luckily, you don't ever have to do that for me because I don't
just
really.
Just the powder.
Yeah, just the powder. Right, take a little bit of the shine away. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. By the way, the internet remains undefeated. The internet is much of a disaster as it is at times, or many times, can also be incredibly funny. I just saw this post during the breaks. Somebody tweeted at Jamal Bowman and said, "Hey, dear Jamal, you're in luck. New York City is hiring," and there's a job posting that the guy screenshotted probably off of one of those job websites. Now hiring multiple candidates for alarm technicians at Allstate Sprinkler Corp. They pay $25 to $35 an hour. They give a 401k, health insurance, paid time off. Fire alarm technicians in New York, New York. So he won't be out of work for long.
Be careful. I'm just warning all of these right-wing Twitter people. Just be careful about dunking on people. That's all I'm saying.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm just saying. It's really easy to dunk on people on Twitter, but,
I try not to dunk on people in the industry of media for the most part, unless they're like, $20 million a year TV people like Don Lemon that will never have to work again. But I don't have any issue if you want to dunk on a politician that loses.
Oh, yeah,
politicians put themselves out there. A lot of them are corrupt to begin with. So, and that works on both sides of the aisle. Like if Marjorie Taylor Greene gets ousted, God knows I love Marjorie. If you want to dunk on her and make jokes about her, I have no problem with that from the other side of the aisle. People that live paycheck to paycheck that lose a job, I don't like to dunk on people like that. But I know
I don't care about him. I could care less about him. I'm glad he's out. Good riddance. I hope the rest of the squad follows. They won't, by the way. But I'm just saying that just be careful about dunking on people.
You prefer the layup or the jump shot?
Whatever.
I got
Tackle.
All right, we got a lot to get to in the news. Let's get to it right now. 7:04, round number 2. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Yes, and good morning. We are sponsored by Harvest Credit Union in Kayal Company News Live with a heat advisory going into effect for today. Full forecast in just a moment. We're at 76 degrees already this 7 a.m. hour, and we will talk about the forecast upcoming. We have an innocent woman awakened by gunfire outside her Philadelphia home, hospitalized right now after police say a stray bullet struck her amid a gun battle in Strawberry Mansion. So police say 2 men in their 30s were firing shots at a shootout on the 2500 block of Ridge Drive early this morning. And according to police, they say the woman heard the commotion, was awakened by this, walks out on her front porch into this barrage of bullets, struck by at least 2 of the bullets. She's recovering in the hospital with gunshots to her back and her shoulder. Now, one of the gunmen is also hospitalized with bullet wounds. Police investigating the entire situation, obviously searching, they say, for the other gunman, trying to figure out the motive. We don't have a motive. We don't have arrests. We don't have charges. None of that. Thank God she survived this shooting.
Yes, absolutely. I would just like to advise people, if there's a shootout going on outside of your property, I mean, unless you know who that person is or maybe you're armed as well, maybe not a great idea to go outside. I don't know, just stay inside until it passes.
Well,
would be my guess.
It sounds from what police are saying in the police reports, she didn't realize. She just heard this commotion, maybe shouting, pop, and she didn't. And sometimes people don't, the pop, 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 it's not going to be a bang, know, and so maybe she was just awakened, didn't realize that these guys were actually in the middle of a Wild Wild West shootout.
I would have opened the door. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah,
Gotta
right?
go.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, we still have this Philadelphia police officer, prayer watch for him, hospitalized in the ICU on a respirator with his family by his side after he was shot during what was supposed to be a routine traffic stop Saturday night in the Kensington section of the city. 31-year-old officer. Family has asked us not to release his name, and so nobody is, and he remains in intensive care at Temple University Hospital. And the suspect, the focus of intense investigation as we learn more about 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez, charged with 2 counts of attempted murder as well as multiple other offenses. He's in jail, $12.5 million bail as police investigate why this guy, when he was accused 11 years ago in Puerto Rico of shooting another officer, carjacking, what happened there as he was facing felony serious charges in Puerto Rico. Why is he now in Philadelphia? We don't have the answers to this question, but it's the subject of intense investigation. That's what we're being told. We also have federal agents arresting a central Pennsylvania man after he's accused of threatening to murder State Senator Doug Mastriano, who's a Republican from Franklin County. And these posts, posts that were expressing a desire to murder Mastriano were posted on Facebook earlier this month, according to these federal agents. They've identified the man they've arrested, 49-year-old Richard Little of Chambersburg, and he tagged the Republican. Mastriano was also a Republican candidate, as you may recall, back in 2022, ran against Shapiro. But the posts are shocking. At one point, vowing to skin Mastriano alive if he did not leave office.
Seems like a sane thing that you would say or do or post. Skin somebody. What is this guy, Buffalo Bill?
So it was obviously reported. I don't even know. I don't have a comment from Mastriano, so I don't know who reported it or if he was on the Fed's radar.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I would love to know that information. But the suspect himself arrested is a registered Republican, and like Mastriano, he served in the Army. Mastriano, of course, a combat veteran,
yes.
by the way, as you know, but the suspect also a sergeant major in the U.S. Army.
So, okay,
fellow Army man,
Yeah, as you're giving this story, I'm thinking, is this like some left-wing nut job?
No.
This is a fellow Republican and a guy with a similar background. Wow.
So, obviously, he'll undergo a mental health evaluation.
I sure hope so.
But thank God, for State Senator Mastriano, his wife, his family, they're okay.
Yeah.
And there was nothing physically done, but they were severe enough that that there were enough threats that they arrested him. So we'll follow that one. There was a report as far as how many people across the country. 500 defendants are listed across America, including 36 in Pennsylvania. Those are the charges of individuals who threatened lawmakers or local officials. This is according to the National Counterterrorism Innovation Technology Education Center out of Nebraska. I don't know if that information includes the Supreme Court justices. Because remember, amid the Roe v. Wade ruling, how many of the SCOTUS judges, Republicans, more conservative ones, were being threatened.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Especially Kavanaugh. So I want to look that up.
Yeah.
So, but just a case that's making national news. We also have in Bucks County, I'll highlight this one, a Bucks County woman sentenced to up to 40 years behind bars yesterday for killing her longtime boyfriend, who was a popular Chalfont Pizzeria owner, by shooting him in the head and then keeping his body wrapped up in her bedroom for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Skinning people alive, people locked up in a closet. My God.
That's love.
Well, you know what the motive was here, right?
What?
I mean, Dawn says it. Longtime boyfriend. He never proposed.
Yeah.
It's
got to be it.
He should have went to Jared.
You better ask Tony Bruno about this one, Miss Robin. Anna Maria Tolomello, she pleaded guilty to third-degree murder for shooting her longtime love, Mr. Galena, the owner of Pina's Pizzeria, and she admitted to tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse. So she will be eligible for probation after 18 years, but she could remain behind bars for up to 40. It was heartbreaking because a court advocate read a statement on behalf of the victims, Mr. Galena's children, Marina and Philip, who recalled their dad as a loving family man, lamented that he would never be able to spend more time with his children or his grandchildren.
Jeez.
Just everybody knew them. Local pizzeria.
Yeah.
They were a long time, lived together for many years, known in the community. So there's clearly, a mental health aspect to this, but accountability.
What a dark installment of the news
I'm
today.
sorry, yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Do we have weather? Do we have the Phillies? Do we have rainbows and puppy dogs?
No rainbows, but we do have rain in the forecast. So we'll heat up to 96 degrees. It'll feel more like 100 plus degrees. That cold front will move through later this afternoon and this evening, bringing with it rain, powerful storms sweeping through, cooling us down overnight. And that'll tee us up for 88 degrees as our Phils come home tomorrow to start a new series after rounding out their series in Detroit against the Tigers. We lost last night. Tony Bruno hates when we say we, but they lost 4-1. That's for you, Tony.
Yes,
I know
Dawn,
he's listening.
you are not a part of the Phillies organization.
I know. He's like, he always says that. But our Phils lost last night 4-1, taking on the Tigers again today in Detroit, and then we'll come back home for a beautiful stretch, a new series. I believe it's the Marlins. I hope I'm not misspeaking, but I think it's against the Marlins, 4 games, and that'll start tomorrow for 4. And weather-wise, incredible. I don't know if tickets are available, but wow, great baseball weather or anything else weather as we look at this sunny stretch of weather. Friday, my goodness, 85 degrees, low humidity, just beautiful. And then the weekend, hotter, upper 80s, but still gorgeous weather. Some pop-up showers moving through over the weekend, not a washout, nothing of that nature. So gorgeous weather-wise. And I was going to do the CDC warning about dengue fever, but this was a dengue.
I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
But it was such a dawny, dark newscast that
You want to save that for a big 3?
We'll save that later.
Yeah, we'll get dark in the 8 o'clock.
Dengue in the news. But we are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union, building stronger financial roots. First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth savings account. Earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while having flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com. That's firstharvestcu.com for all the deets. Membership restrictions do apply, insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union, for sponsoring us here on Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210, the phone number to jump in. Cut sheet in about 30 minutes. And obviously, thoughts and prayers with that officer who is on a respirator. Last thing we want is for that officer not to survive, which sadly, I'll just transition to our bike ride coming up, which obviously benefits families behind the badge and the Children's Foundation. GregStockerSucks.com if you want to donate or sign up to ride. It's all brought to you by our team sponsor, David Gelman Law Firm. If you're in need of criminal defense or personal injury, GelmanLawFirm.com. They have sponsored our team. The jerseys when you sign up to ride and be a part of our team are absolutely stunning. And we got another donation last night as I was coming home from Bucks County.
Nice.
And so I think we're closing in on 13,000. We're right at about 82% of our 15K goal. So keep them coming because I'd like to hit 15K before we break for the 4th.
We need less than $400 right now to hit 13,000.
Okay.
So if you're listening right now, please donate. GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes, like Nick said, to the families behind the badge, Children's Foundation. We just need $400 to hit 13,000. So let's try and hit 13,000 before the end of the show. Can we do that?
$400 is a lot of money. especially in Bidenomics.
It's
so
less. It's less than $400. It's like $390.
It's nothing for Linda Kearns.
Well,
Linda Kearns
I
just
mean,
dropped
she's
another
saying,
$4,000.
She's given enough.
I know, Linda's. But what could they? Speaking of Linda, could they pick some music or something?
Yeah, what else can we entice
All right.
people with? What else do you want to give up control of?
Okay.
Control freak.
Give me a $390 donation right now, and you will get the playlist next week.
Ooh.
Next week. Now, remember, next week is a short week,
Mhm.
and I'm not going to be here anyway, so it doesn't matter. But next week is a short week. You'll have 3 days, $390 donation right now. You will get to pick all the music for those 3 days. It's like $100 a day.
Yeah.
You get.
Could it be $390.50 just to skew
Oh,
it odd?
stop.
and $100 a day, you get what? 12 songs? That's 12 spins for
Yeah.
$100.
So
that's good value.
Pick the playlist next week for a $390 donation right now to GregSoccerSucks.com. All the money goes to the families behind the badge Children's Foundation because, yes, like Nick says, it is like now is the time to support officers and their families. All the money goes to local families here. This is a local charity. This is a local organization. Let me say that again, a local organization. So, these officers and their families need your help.
Yes.
So do it now.
There you go. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, continue on. What are debate coaches saying that Joe Biden should avoid tomorrow night in his showdown on CNN against Donald Trump? And Hillary Clinton offers up her advice on what Joe should just kind of kick the can on because, 8 years ago, she debated Donald Trump 3 times, in fact. The details on the other side. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. The summer is heating up, and so are the savings at United Tire and Service. They take care of all makes and models, and right now you'll get the best pricing for your summer road trips on all their major tire brands. If your AC isn't cutting it, they can help there too. From new tires to state inspections, their highly skilled technicians handle it all. Now through June 30th, get the best tire pricing anywhere. Plus, get all the manufacturer rebates. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. UnitedTire.com. Remember, don't drive alone. Drive United.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:25. It is Kayal and Company on this Wednesday morning. 20 minutes out from what's on the cut sheet. Another juicy edition coming up. 7:45 this morning. Donations coming in. $50 courtesy of Jane Ruth.
Jane!
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane. Woohoo!
We are now 340 away from 13,000. So good work out of Jane.
Remember, again, I guess $390 donation right now. to GregSoccerSucks.com. Families Behind the Badge. We'll get you the playlist for next week.
Another donation, $100 just come. Keep them. Here we go. It's like a. Here we go. Kathy Nazaruk.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yes. $100 from Kathy. So you got almost half of what you asked for in 8 minutes.
Nice.
The power of this station. 855-839-1210. So debate coaches, top Democrats, and Hillary Clinton. Let's get into some debate prep talk. Debate tomorrow night. You'll hear it right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Donald Trump, Joe Biden from Atlanta, Georgia. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, the moderator. So what are debate coaches saying? Well, this story courtesy of the Daily Mail, where they interviewed a trio of debate experts, and they agreed that President Joe Biden can't afford to have a senior moment at tomorrow night's first presidential debate. But they are split amongst these three on whether the format actually helps Joe Biden or former President Donald Trump, which is an interesting thought because I think everything is set up for Joe Biden and to have less of a chance to have screw-ups or, to get derailed with a train of thought or, crowd chants, which will not be happening because this place is going to be empty, muted mics, on and on and on. But the first debate coach says, quote, if Biden glitches out, I like that, glitches out like he's like some sort of computer program, then that's the ball game. That's it for him because he has so much more to lose in this debate than President Trump does. That is GOP debate coach Gail Gitcho telling DailyMail.com. Brett O'Donnell, who's also coached GOP presidential candidates, agreed that Biden couldn't afford a major gaffe, but argued it was high stakes just as much for Donald Trump. He says, remember, the rule of debates is this. You can't win an election on a political debate stage, but you can lose it, O'Donnell told the Daily Mail. Donald Trump is winning right now. The only place he can go is down. I mean, I would argue that, he could go down a little bit, but I can't envision a scenario where Biden has moments that knock Trump down a peg or two. The only thing that can, in theory, kind of take down, and I think the objective, the goal, the mission statement, honestly, based on what we saw Monday with Caroline Leavitt and Casey Hunt from CNN, is very simple. I think CNN wants to take out Donald Trump because they know that Joe Biden really can't take out Donald Trump in a debate setting, no matter how much of a home field advantage he has. Also, a couple of other quotes from these debate coaches. This was Todd Graham, who is a professor of debate at Southern Illinois University. He argues that Biden could end old age concerns by having a successful debate on Thursday. Well, what is a successful debate on Thursday for Joe? I mean, the bar is so low for this guy. I mean, if he can complete sentences, finish thoughts, and maybe actually talk about a vision for the future or a policy achievement in the first term, that might be a starting point for Joe. Again, I don't think he can sit here and just keep doing the same old with democracy and January 6th and dictator, convicted felon. A lot of that stuff is falling on deaf ears. I think, abortion, female reproductive rights, that's probably a winning message. We'll see how much of that message is actually delivered on Thursday night. Graham tells the Daily Mail, I think Biden, if he comes out and has a strong debate, can take 4 years of narrative and wash them right down the toilet. I don't agree with that because even if Joe Biden is remotely cognitive, even if he has basic functionality on Thursday night, a lot of people in America still probably believe that Joe Biden could very well die at some point in the second term if he gets elected. Graham says it might wake him up. If he has a poor debate, he might reconsider either a debate strategy or reconsider running. I don't think Joe's going to reconsider running. I don't think there's anything that anybody can do to get Joe to leave the stage. And we talked about this story before I went on vacation last week, that it would take all four in unison to get Joe to step aside. It would take Dr. Jill, it would take Hillary Clinton, it would take Bill Clinton, it would take Barack Obama. And even then, I still have doubts because here's Joe Biden, 81 years old, 5 decades. I mean, remember, he was 29 when he became a senator. This is all the guy knows, and he's hell-bent on beating Trump a second time, and he's angry, he's combative, and he's not going to listen to those individuals. So I don't know that you can really get Joe to step aside. Although I do think one of the reasons why we are having a debate on June 27th, 6 days before the 4th of July, is because it gives the Democrats time. It gives them time up until August that if Joe Biden is an epic train wreck, which he could very well be, then that gives them the leeway to start looking for a plan B. Or, as we've talked about on this show, maybe the plan is get Joe to the finish line any way possible, try to win on November 5th, and then at some point in his second term, he steps aside. But from a debate let's put our debate coach hat on here for a moment. If you are advising both of these candidates, and we'll get to some of the Trump stuff with Hillary in a moment, but if you're advising Joe Biden, if you're advising Donald Trump, if they both came to you right now and said, what is the key Thursday night for me to shine in that 90 minutes or 2 hours or whatever it might be? Dawn Stenzel, let me start with you. If you are advising, I know what you've said on Trump. You want him to be presidential. And I mean, you and I disagree on that. I want him just to come out swinging. I mean, what the heck? You've been found guilty or convicted. You have nothing to lose at this point. And I don't think you can really.
He does have something to lose, though.
See, I disagree. Like,
think about it.
Who's he going to win over, though, if he gets presidential?
Because it's a sliver of voters, and we talked about it earlier this morning. How CNN is saying, "Yeah, everybody take us." So everybody's taking CNN, including not just Fox. But you'll see it across so-called mainstream media. So this is an opportunity to come out and remind people of the peace and prosperity, your actions.
Do you want him to not even take CNN's bait? Should he take the high road with Tapper and Bash? Assuming his mics don't get muted when he tries to fire back at them?
To me, the audience, whether it's Dana Bash or whether it's Jake Tapper, or even Biden, they're the distraction. Your audience, President Trump, is America.
So you're saying laser focus?
Laser focus. Look into that camera.
Just lay out the
vision.
vision.
Speak to the American people. Speak to Nick Kayal's mother-in-law. And I'm serious. Look into that camera and speak to Americans who haven't been able to see you in person without the filter of bias.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're unfiltered. And this is a moment in time to not take the bait, speak to the American people, remind them of the peace and prosperity, your game plan, and the disaster that is Bidenomics. And a sharp contrast, but be presidential, be you, be that guy that I met in the Oval Office with Greg Stocker and Rich Cioli. That guy is the guy I want to see, who's not, I don't even say presidential, just personable, the guy that I met in there. Like people, Nick, when we after Greg and Ziol and I were in the Oval Office,
yep.
there were a couple of women in this building who said to me, "Oh, you met Trump? Was that scary?"
And you were like, "Nope."
And I was taken aback, but that's what people have been fed.
Well, that's the portrayal of him through the mainstream
media. No,
media.
absolutely not. He was a gentleman. He was actually talking about business, and at that point, the agreement between the U.S., Canada, but it was really all about policy, and we got to get this done, and workers and jobs. That's what he was talking about, and he was a good guy, and so the fact that he's portrayed as like this scary boogeyman, I want people to see that the good guy who's doing good things.
You are actually hitting on a really good point. I saw a video clip yesterday of J.D. Vance on some show, and J.D. Vance, one of the questions was, and I forget who was interviewing him. It was somebody in mainstream media, and they said, what should Americans that maybe don't live it on a daily basis know about Trump? How would you advise him in this setting? Which is interesting because he's on the short list as vice president. So I think you got to be careful, with your words if you're in consideration. And he said, show your personality, show your personable side, show your family side, your people side. And J.D. Vance said something that's very interesting. He said, Trump's a people person. Yeah. Trump will, whether it's walking into a restaurant, after a rally, a gas station, on the golf course, He just likes to converse with people about everyday things. And yes, sometimes the camera's on him, but I've got to imagine J.D. Vance and others, and you've seen this. I mean, you guys weren't on camera when you met him behind the scenes. You know, he can't stop talking, and he's very conversational. But to your point, you know, CNN and MSNBC and all the outlets, you know, they portray him as Hitler, as a dictator, as an angry, evil guy. And if you've ever had those, you know, intimate settings with him, whether it's, you know, part of the show, whether the cameras and mics are on or they're not, he is much more personable, not only than what the media gives him credit for, than Joe Biden is, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, like, and the perfect example, I think, is, and again, you take it for what it's worth because it's post-rally and you're out and you've got your Secret Service with you and there's cameras everywhere. Remember when Joe went into the gas station after whatever venue he was at? And forget crowd sizes. Yeah, Joe just went in to get, I think, something to eat at a Wawa, and it was a very minimal interaction. And forget the hoopla and hysteria and fanfare. But he wasn't even, and I think part of the reason is because he is where he is mentally at 81, and he just wasn't very approachable. Not to say that he was angry or bitter, but he was just kind of, you know, in and out. Meanwhile, Trump goes in and it's, you know, McDonald's for this person and 5 pizzas for this one. And J.D. Vance made a great point in this interview when Trump showed up unannounced to East Palestine and he brought cases of water. It's a simple gesture. And it's obviously political because Biden neglected East Palestine after the, you know, the train derailment for so many months and months and months, because I think that district or that region voted 73% Trump, and we know, you know, the politics of it. But it's just those things. Like, he never gets credit for that. Like, he'll sit there and say there's going to be bloodshed in regards to the automobile industry, right? And then they take that clip out of context. But they never want to show you the fact that, you know, he showed up with 32 cases of Aquafina, right? Like, so those things, to your point, I think those things do matter. And I think if you look at it objectively, you'll see that, you know, off the beaten path, he's pretty approachable, right? Like when we interviewed him back on May 10th, you know, he got on the phone with us and it wasn't like, you know, like you were, like I wasn't shell-shocked. You certainly were not. It was only my first time ever speaking to him. But he was very conversational. Now, maybe it had to do with our line of questioning. I mean, I'm not sitting there grilling him on, you know, the debt or anything like that. I asked him about his son, and that clip obviously went viral, just like your Title IX clip. But my God, it was. I got people asking me afterwards, were you nervous? I mean, it's kind of a big deal. And I'm like, no, he was very approachable, right?
Yep. And that's just it. You felt like you've known him for a long time. And he just makes you feel very comfortable, and you realize, you know, this is a human being. And that's just it. They've made him into this monster, and they've dehumanized not just Trump, but Trump supporters.
Yeah. Yep.
And so I just hope keep looking into the camera, forget Dana and Jake Tapper, forget Biden. Just talk to the American people and just be that personable individual. Talk about your care for the American people, what everybody's been through. I hope that he doesn't take the bait in talking about the past election, because you know they're going to ask about the last election, or Biden will bring it up. Don't take that bait. Talk about the future. Talk about America, and you know, just remind people that actions speak louder than words.
Yeah. Greg and I were having a conversation last night before we did the start of the Politics and Pints with Jack Carr and Zioli, and there was some potential clients, and we were chatting with one of the guys who was very, very sharp, and he was talking about, you know, a Trump second term and Trump's vice president and the debates. And to your point, he was saying, you know, which Trump, and he's a Trump guy, but he goes, which Trump are we going to get? Are we going to get the Trump that kind of shoots from the hip and does what he wants to do, or the Trump that should do what he needs to do? And I think that's kind of what you're talking about, because he might very well go into the debate tomorrow night with the blueprint that you're talking about. But 5-10 minutes in, I mean, he might pivot away from that based on something Joe says, based on the way a moderator treats him. So we might get the Trump that I'm asking for a few minutes in.
We're definitely going to get the Trump you're asking
That's
for.
what
There's
I'm thinking.
Zero chance that he's going to be able to.
I'd be stunned if
bite his tongue and hold. Like, when has he ever done that? When has he ever displayed that he could ever do that?
And I
Never.
And that's my point is I don't really want him to, because after all of it, it's just, like at some point, whether, he's partially to blame for what came his way or he has no blame in it or whatever, like eventually it's like they've been taking the fight to you. And granted, you've been fighting back, and that's what makes Trump so great. But like eventually it's like, you know what, the gloves are off. Sean Farish has said it. I'm done fighting fire with water. It's time to fight fire with fire. You want to prosecute us? We'll prosecute you. Dude, just go down in a blaze of glory. That's the way I'm looking at it. I mean, what do you have to lose? Well, you have a lot to lose, honestly, right? But like at this point, dude, just take your shot, shoot or shoot.
But I think to come off as one-dimensional, this is what I'll say, is a mistake, and I hope that he brings heart into it, and like I say, just that conversational doer, somebody who is not. Even though, yes, to Greg's earlier point, you talked about the fact that, he's been running now nearly a decade. He won in 2016. I still think remind the American people that you're a businessman, you're a dad, you're a granddad. And also remind people, right now I know that Julian Assange lawyers are speaking out, and we'll talk about that, and we've teased that upcoming. But, as far as Trump had talked about Assange, and that really plays into this whole situation of, what is the government behind the scenes doing to all of us? And somebody who revealed that, no matter how you might feel about Julian Assange, the fact that he cut this plea deal back home, obviously in Australia after being processed, I just think that's also an opening for Trump to talk about the government.
All right, 855-839-1210. The cut sheet is coming up next here on a Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older, their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level, personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher, forcing 40% of retirees to return to the workforce, according to a study by Atticus Law Firm. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle, documented in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
$7:47 as we continue, and the donations continue for Team Kayal and Company.
Yeah, buddy.
Another $50.37. Trigger.
Dawn.
Now up to $12,810.75. Or 85.4% of our goal for the bike ride.
Remember, it still stands. If you donate $390, I think that's what I said.
That's the going rate.
You will get the playlist, all the music, like this Kansas song, Portrait. You could pick all the music next week. Again, it's a short week, 3 days, but that's why it's only $390.
It's $130 a day.
We've gotten about $1,000 for playlists. Playlists are a very important thing on this show.
Yeah.
So if you want to pick the playlist next week, just donate right now, $390. GregStockerSucks.com, and you'll pick up the playlist next week. The money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
$130 a day, about 13 songs. That's about $10 a song.
Yep.
It's an expensive jukebox, but it's for a good cause.
Jukebox.
There you go. 7:48. Let's get to a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Always the best day of the cut sheet. Sure. Why not? It's sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Guys, I want to start off with a new commercial for you. Have you heard of Bidenica? Bidenica. It's a new
no.
It's a new sleep aid that I think everybody should try.
Okay.
This is courtesy of our friend Jimmy Fallon.
Bidenica. Okay, I'm picking up on it. Bidenica.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I got you.
If you have trouble sleeping, if you're up here now at 7:50 in the morning and rubbing that sleep out of your eyes, we're going to work. Maybe try Bidenica.
Yeah, coffee hasn't hit you yet.
Cut 9, Philip. Go.
If you're having trouble sleeping, ask your doctor about Bidenica, the sleep aid made from 100% Joe Biden press conference.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to Anyway.
Bidenica has a patented blend of confusion and forgetfulness that will calm the most overactive brains.
COVID has taken this year, just since the outbreak, it's taken more than 100 years. Look, here's the lives. When you think about it.
The disclaimers at the bottom.
When they sold out American jobs and killed the Keystone Pipeline, it kept me up all night worrying about how we'd pay our bills. But then I got Bidenica, and I've never slept better.
Sometimes when I get hopped up on sugar, my parents give me Bidenica so I pass out. Other times they give it to me during the day, probably so they can do the deed. Gross.
Warning. People who have used Bidenica have experienced rampant lying and an inability to secure the southern border. Others have hallucinated and fought breakfast cereals.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Ask your doctor if Bidenica is right for you.
There you go.
Oh, man, how great is that? Wow.
By the way, if you were watching on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210WPHT, you saw the commercial, too, by the way.
The disclaimers at the bottom, do not take if you walk upstairs or operate heavy machinery.
One of the benefits of watching this program on YouTube,
Yes.
youtube.com/at1210WPHT, if you want to. Well,
yeah, and the recommended dosage there was 150 milligrams, by the way. Yeah, said it right there.
Speaking of the border, there was something about the border in that. This from NBC Nightly News. Dozens of illegals with potential ties to ISIS are in our country.
As Dawn has been reporting.
Sleep well, folks.
Yes, take Bidenica if you can.
This is cut 13, Philip. Go.
Night, NBC News has learned more than 50 migrants with potential ties to an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network are at large in America. Many illegally crossed the border and were released into the U.S. by Border Patrol because there was no information suggesting terror ties at the time. Now their whereabouts are unknown as immigration agents look to arrest them.
Hang on. There was no... At the time, they had no ties to ISIS or Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
Now, however, they're like third in command.
Oh well, you know, after spending some time in Dearborn, Michigan, it all comes out. You know, what are you gonna do? Jeez Louise.
It's unbelievable.
What are we doing here?
We continue, Philip. Go.
Officials tell us, saying they're among a group of over 400 migrants DHS identified in the U.S. from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Moldova, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, and Russia as subjects of concern because they were brought to the U.S. by an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network, something the FBI director warned about earlier this year.
Some of the overseas facilitators of the smuggling network have ISIS ties that we're very concerned about.
ICE has located and arrested over 150 of the 400 migrants so far, with some already deported from the U.S., officials say, adding authorities are not panicking because their ties to ISIS are not certain, but they're prioritizing their arrest out of an abundance of caution.
Right.
The problem is the volume of people coming across the southern border, individuals from ISIS and other affiliated groups have
mostly
recognized it as a weak point in our defense.
Women and children,
and they're
guys.
using this opportunity to try to sneak in.
Yeah.
NBC News was first to report on a similar arrest of an Uzbek man in Baltimore, whose country alerted the U.S. he was affiliated with ISIS. That man, like the others apprehended so far, was arrested on immigration charges, not terrorism-related charges. ISIS-K has claimed responsibility for deadly terror attacks in Russia and Iran in the past year.
The killer
and
division.
recently, the DHS Inspector General sharply criticizing vetting at the U.S. southern border, saying DHS is at risk of admitting dangerous persons into the country or enabling asylum seekers who may pose significant threats to public safety and national security to continue to reside in the United States. Two senior law enforcement officials told NBC News they are not tracking a terror plot from this group of migrants.
That's good.
But their arrest on immigration charges come out of an abundance of caution.
Right.
They're just an abundance of caution.
You never be too careful these days, right? You know, you're tracking down grandmothers from January 6th, and here comes ISIS through the back door. ISIS-K, by the way, more of a radical branch than ISIS-H or ISIS-J. You have ISIS-K. It's like the new variant of terrorism. And they're mostly peaceful until they blow stuff up. God. Well, this is what happens when you have an open southern border. This is what happens when your FBI is more focused on domestic terrorists.
Well, if you're not worried about ISIS-K coming across the border, then maybe this individual who has been charged with sexual battery involving 3 girls and a woman at a Virginia water park.
Waiting in line to go down the log flumes, and then, yeah.
What country do you think he's from, by the way?
Yeah, I'll go El Salvador for 200, Alex.
Or Venezuela.
Yeah, Venezuela's a good one. I might be the leader.
This is cut 8. Phil, go.
The man charged with sexual battery involving 3 girls and a woman at Water Country, USA, was in a York County court this morning. Zia Ulak Fariki faces several charges. At his arraignment this morning, he required a translator because English is not his first language.
Shocking!
When asked if he needed a court-appointed attorney, he answered through the translator, telling the judge, quote, "I am an immigrant and don't have any money." His next court date is July 17th.
There you go.
Yeah. No, English is not his first language. Raping females is.
Oh, boy.
Put that guy away forever. Get rid of all of these people. I'm tired of it. Hit them with the absolute maximum. Yeah. First of all, you shouldn't be here. And second of all, if you do get here illegally, why don't you just do something productive as opposed to doing deviant things at a water park?
All of these stories and especially the little girl, Jocelyn Nungary, the 12-year-old. And
tragic.
Oh, my gosh. And that's just it. I hope no matter what they say, the first opportunity in the debate tomorrow, whether they ask Trump about it or not, he needs, I hope that he says their names.
Mm-hmm.
Say Jocelyn's names, right? Say Lake and Riley's names. Say their names.
Mm-hmm. All of them.
All of them.
I just saw there was an ad yesterday that was on social media with all the women that have either been raped or killed or sexually assaulted and killed. And there's, I don't know, it's got to be 15 or 20 now. And yeah, you can sit there and say, well, 10 million people total, and, these things happen. Say that to the parents. Say that to a parent that had a daughter that had to endure this, where you can argue strongly that maybe it doesn't happen if the border was more protected.
It's funny because that line of, when people say that, it's like, well, if you talk about all the people that, no, these are the most preventable things that we can do as citizens, as a country, to prevent from happening.
I'd like to think so.
And we don't do it.
Nope.
So that's the frustrating thing about this is, yes, okay, maybe it's a small number of people, but they shouldn't have been here to begin with. Mm-hmm. What are we doing?
Right.
Like, it's just, it's effing nauseating.
It is.
But to your point, that's when people in the media keep saying that, well, when you look at the immigrant community in America, they have a lower crime rate. Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
They do. They drive. You can talk to anybody. They drive slower. They're more careful, whether they're here on a green card. Maybe they're here seeking asylum or illegally because they're family people. They want to stay here and they want to get through the process, etc. That's why those individuals are attracted to a Trump, because the Biden administration has made their community front and center, the first line of victims of these bad people coming into their community.
Heck, we played you the clip, I think we took it right off the TV feed of Fox News when Bill Malugin was interviewing people at the border, and they were saying, oh, they love Joe Biden. Of course they love Joe Biden. Joe Biden's his administration's the one letting them in here.
Yeah. Yeah, crime happens. We have homegrown crime right here in the good old USA. I get it. But, let's not bring more in.
Right.
Yeah, but this isn't just, this is not just crime du jour. These in particular are heinous killings that would make national news no matter what. A missing child, and to the Jocelyn Nungary case, a missing child who now turns up tortured, and we now know was held for hours and assaulted and ravaged. And it's just bound and gagged. And these crimes would make national news. Even if they were, even if this was a citizen doing this to a child.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So they're heinous crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point for all the people that says, well, the news looks to glorify violence and crimes. Yeah, that's what the news is there for. Mm-hmm. It's not. It's not news that everything is good today in Philadelphia.
All right.
That's not news.
It was sunny and nobody got shot.
I mean, it is news.
Now on to the sports.
If nobody got shot in Philadelphia, that would be news, actually.
No, what it shows is these individuals, they're released from the Venezuelan guy that's accused in the Jocelyn Nungary. He's a guy who they're saying is accused of crimes back in Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
And they're some of the most dangerous wanted people in their home country, and now they've been unleashed on our kids and our communities.
And as you mentioned in the news this morning, I think in the 6 o'clock hour, forget Venezuela for a second. We've got people here that committed a crime 11 years ago, were found guilty of whatever you said in the first hour of the news from Puerto Rico. That's a territory of the United States.
Right.
And somehow it slips through the cracks. And it's like, how is it slipping through the cracks? Who's not doing their job? Who needs to be fired?
We should turn the tables, and everybody who's committed of causing a heinous crime here, we should deport them.
Yeah. Americans.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. If Bob Smith does
Send
it,
them
Bob,
to
you're
Venezuela.
out.
Yeah.
Get out.
Bob Smith is now a resident of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Here you go.
Well, if Trump wants to issue the biggest mass deportation program ever, we might have to throw some Americans in.
Did you see the other day Trump said that he asked Dana White about doing
like
a migrant fighting league
because they're very dangerous individuals. It'd be great business. Yeah.
Oh man, Jim Acosta was so upset about that. He's like, he's advocating a fight club.
Take all the criminals and let them wipe each other out. I don't care.
It's hysterical.
It'll save taxpayer dollars.
All right, guys, the real victims in America today are the drag queens and LGBTQ people.
Yeah, I had a moment of silence earlier. I thought about that.
And this is not. When I first saw this, I was like, is this an SNL skit? Nope. A drag queen was interviewed on CNN yesterday morning, talking about how scary it is for queer people to exist in this time.
Okay. In Pride Month. Your month. Breathe, Greg. Breathe.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see this video, if you can't see the video, Nick Kayal, my friend, for those people working on a construction site or driving to work, if you want to describe this individual for the people who can't get to YouTube.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
This is cut one, Phil. Go.
I'm curious for you, first of all, what this day means to you.
Britney
Second of all,
Spears
have
pink
both
costume?
Democrats and Republicans agreed to meet with you?
Big eyelashes.
Yes, we will be meeting with both Democrats and Republicans. And I'm really excited to go speak with all of our lawmakers about the attacks that we're seeing on our LGBTQ community.
Bridget
it's
Bandit.
So important to
Bridget
talk
Bandit.
about and to discuss protections for our queer community.
Can I let you listen to the current sentiment that's being shared by former President Donald Trump?
Uh-oh.
Who, of course,
Can I ask you about your
is running
hat?
for re-election. Here it is.
We're going to take care of our capital. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding of any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children.
I love that.
In those three things, he mentions what he calls transgender insanity. If he's voted in as the next president, what will that mean to you?
Uh-oh. I won't be able to wear my
We
hat.
already see so many attacks on our queer community. I already don't feel safe
I'll be
in
out of
my
mascara.
own hometown, just dressed in drag like this. And it's very scary for queer people to exist in a time where we see this kind of rhetoric being pushed by our lawmakers and the people who should care about other issues that actually affect the American people, other than attacking our community, our LGBTQIA plus community. It's very disappointing, and I hope for better for our country.
So scary, guys. So scary that she's being interviewed on CNN.
Yes,
Yeah.
from a hotel room.
She's fearing for her life, being interviewed on CNN. Does anybody understand the absurd nature of her statement?
I'm still trying to figure out where her actual eyeballs are because there's just so many different levels and shades of eyelashes. And I mean, even J.D. Vance was impressed with that level of mascara. But you notice what my takeaway is there. Did you see what Trump said in that clip? Which, by the way, it's a lot of the the DeSantis school culture war stuff. Which, again, I think you have to be careful with how much. And Trump doesn't make that a big part of his platform at all. But he used the word insanity, and of course, that's the buzzword that the anchor there on CNN took and used as like a way to say, "Oh my God, Trump's gonna make life terrible for everybody in your community." He's not doing that. He's just trying to end the ridiculous stuff that we're putting on our kids and pushing on our kids at 7 years old. By the way, when's the last time we've seen in mainstream media a big story of somebody from the LGBTQ community being attacked.
Let me just say this again. Adults, like, you be you. You do whatever you want. I do not care. I don't care if you're gay, if you're trans, if you're whatever. You just be happy. That's all I care about.
Or be miserable.
But to say that this is, it's an unprecedented time for, like, are we living in the same world? Because
ask gay people how they had it 40 years ago,
exactly.
50 years ago.
And by the way, gay people see this and they're like, really, sweetie?
Right.
They feel you're gonna complain about,
like, everything that they fought for and achieved, like, it's now a mockery, right?
Yeah.
They look at the trans individuals and they're like, you don't speak for me. You don't represent me. Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't know. I don't know what it was like in the 70s or 80s because I was a young child, but I've got to imagine there are many people that just are either lesbian or gay or bisexual, and they see some of this. I mean, heck, Martina Navratilova is a lesbian Democrat, great tennis icon. And she is, like, so appalled by the way the trans community acts, especially with Title IX and their infiltration of women's sports. And she's not a conservative. She's a Democrat lesbian who votes for Joe Biden. Even she thinks they've lost their mind.
We talked yesterday about the Surgeon General declaring the, what was it? Gun violence is a what? Epidemic. And I made the point, we made the point on the show yesterday that when are they going to declare the obesity problem in this country an epidemic?
Yeah, a lot of people were reacting to your comment on that.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people didn't like it, but I don't care. I don't care. That is the killer. Like, you want to know what's killing people? It ain't guns. Yeah. It's
processed foods.
It's bad health. Yeah. That's what's killing people.
But why declare this?
Yeah.
Because we're not at the height of their so-called gun violence.
But we are,
so
Dawn.
Why declare it now, 5 months
Dawn, I don't know.
less before the election?
I've got a story from CBS Philadelphia that says crime and violent gun attacks are down in the city of Philadelphia. So why declare that, Dawn? I don't know.
So getting back to, the problem is that we consider everybody who has a weight problem, an obesity problem. It's a mental health problem. We just don't need fat. Fat is beautiful, and we don't need to shame them, and they're being oppressed and all of this. So I give you TikTok here. This is cut 6, Phil. There's now a fatness spectrum.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, small fat, mid fat, super fat, infinite fat. And you can determine on the fatness spectrum. I kid you not. This is a YouTube clip that I'm going to play in a second.
This is horrible.
I'm not.
So now you're super fat?
It's like when you had those T-shirts back in the day, and you were between like a small and a medium, and you said, I wear a schmedium.
If you're small fat. Why are you should not be speaking over super fats.
So super fats take precedence?
Yes, it's like a spectrum.
Right.
And if you're on the top of the spectrum, you are the most oppressed person.
Right.
If you're at the bottom of the spectrum, just
it's like
small fat.
It's like the victimhood pyramid chart.
Can you make sense of this insanity?
I'll do my best.
Cut 6, Phil, go.
Okay, this is the fatness spectrum. A small fat is a size 18 and lower, 1X or 2X. I'm a 4X, 5X. I'm a size 26.
Wow.
Sometimes 28.
Wow.
I am the super fat you say I'm speaking over. Okay.
She's super fat.
Yeah, if we could leave that
super fat.
Phil, if you could leave that chart up, I just want to read some of that to the audience. So small fat is 1 to 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what torrid means. Torrid of a 0 to a 1. Mid fat is 2x to 3x.
Mid fat.
20 to 40. 20 to 24. Torrid of 2 to 3. Super fat is 4x to 5x. 26 to 32. Torrid of 4 to 5. 4 to 6. And infinifat.
Infinifat.
To infinifat and beyond. 6 times in higher. 34 and higher. Some toward 6. Maybe, I don't know how long that full clip is, but whatever.
14, I just pulled a 14-second clip.
In 14 seconds, you could have done, 5 sit-ups. I mean, like, what? So, see, the problem is with all these people.
Oh, Nick.
Is just
you're triggering people, my friend.
Just go do something more productive with your time than concocting these absurd pyramids that nobody subscribes to. Nobody cares what you have to say. Nobody's going to buy this nonsense. We're giving you more airtime than you probably got on TikTok to begin with, and reaching more people.
Sorry.
Just get outside.
Yeah.
Dawn said that it's going to be 96. Go for a walk.
Maybe not today.
Take a jog. Go to Panera. Hey, just do something.
Sweat a little bit.
Sweat.
Get
Perspire.
Get the heart rate above,
12. Gosh. With all due respect, and again, I've said this many times on the show, if you have some sort of, issue with weight, you've done everything you can, and all that prevents it is surgery, and you need the surgery, God bless you. But if it's just you being lazy that has resulted in you turning into a right tackle, then I don't feel bad for you. Get off social media.
You know what, though? I think more and more, I believe that in America, what is different with this epidemic, and particularly with children, and then you look at the ingredients of cereal. Cereal is the worst, okay? We in America...
I don't eat it.
You don't.
I can't tell you the last time I bought a
of...
box of cereal, Dawn.
Okay, good. But that's what kids eat.
Good for you.
I know.
But seriously, they highly process this food, and part of this is the lobbying groups and the pharmaceuticals. So they want us to be fat. They want kids to be fat so that then they can profit by all the treatments.
Of course.
So the number one thing that anybody should talk about is community garden. Teach nutrition in schools. We're teaching pronouns and all this other stuff. Teach nutrition in schools.
Yep.
Have gardens. Have the kids plant a garden, which, by the way, the seeds are like $1 at the dollar store.
Yeah.
Plant veggies and fruits and stuff like that.
Plant a tomato.
Teach it in school. And have community gardens where the kids grow. It'd be so cool, and what a great lesson. And by the way, when you grow a garden, and then you're talking, you can do math. You can make that a holistic learning thing too.
Yeah.
So then you're learning about health and eating fresh vegetables.
Yes.
And here in Philadelphia, what do we see in major cities, especially post-pandemic? The shutdown of the grocery stores, and people don't have access to all those fruits and veggies.
Yes.
So why not do that?
Eat a salad. And by the way, when you eat the salad, don't throw in 2 pounds of shredded cheese and 16 ounces of Hidden Valley Ranch, because it's going to negate the impact of the vegetables.
But it's so good.
But nobody's teaching these kids that food is medicine. It's really it's ancient. Every major religion talks about it. We don't learn that.
We were talking about this last night behind the stage because one of our sales guys, Rob Kalustian, was eating olives and had like a Mediterranean olive bar set up.
Nice.
Like the Mediterranean diet's a great diet to go on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And by the way, because we trigger a lot of people when we have these discussions.
Good.
By the way, because they feel like we're fat shaming. We're not. I could use to lose 10 or 15 pounds. We all could. Like I'm not
30.
I'm not sitting here and saying that I am the epitome of health. I try and be healthy as much as I can. I try and exercise as much as I can. But we do have an obesity problem in this country, a huge one.
Yeah.
And to sit here for the Surgeon General to say, the gun violence is an epidemic, it's not.
Yeah.
Like your child has a higher rate of dying of diabetes or being overweight than they do of getting shot by a gun.
Yeah.
They just do.
But I would also say this: some of the outdated obesity charts are absurd. Like your body fat index and things like that, your body mass. I mean, I'm 5'9". According to the chart, I should be like 160.
Yeah.
I'm 195. Trust me, if I lost 35 pounds, you would think I was sick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I like 180, 185. I got you. I feel good at that weight. 165, no.
But I just think when you start really looking at ingredients and look at the way that they're highly processed, high heat, and that sort of thing, even when the labeling, you're told on the labeling, oh, this is healthy. Nope, it's really not.
Yep.
And so to me, it's cruel the way that we process our foods, make the most highly processed foods the cheapest foods, especially in this economy. It's like I say, we're getting played. It's a scam. And so for so many people who are overweight, and it's most of us in America today, but especially our kids, this is cruel what our government is doing, and I do blame them.
Yeah.
And so I think as far as the whole fat, mid-fat, super fat,
Infinifat.
honestly, I just think that whole thing, people shouldn't be fat shamed, because I think, honestly, it's not your fault. And if you, that same person.
Oh, Dawn.
No, I mean this.
Come on.
If that's, I could take, after our Italy trip, I will say this. If you took the same person who's really struggling and say, I'm being really good and I'm watching my calories, you took that same person and they went to Italy, they would drop the pounds, I will say, in a month.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something going on with that as far as processing
eat the right
everything.
food then. Eat
no,
the right
it's
food
not just
then.
about that,
Oh,
Greg.
stop.
Even things as simple as olive oil or butter, they process all of it. You think it's real olive oil? No, it's not.
Well, you are right with the big food leads to big pharma. It's all cyclical, right? They get you sick, they poison you with the crap you eat, and then you end up on medicine or need surgeries, and you just go in this revolving door back and forth.
And that your body is in a constant state of, you talk about inflammatory, okay? So it's inflamed by all of this food, and then our crazy scheduling the way that we have it. And so your body, if you're constantly sleep deprived, which all of us are, your body actually clings to fats because your body thinks that you're in crisis mode.
Mm-hmm.
So our crazy scheduling in this. So we're just all messed up with this.
Yeah.
And we need to take a more holistic approach. I will say, honest to God, not a month, but I will say if you took the same person who's been struggling with their weight and you put them in another country other than America, such as in Europe or Italy, and they live there and just ate the same like healthy things like Mediterranean, they would lose and keep off that weight that we as Americans can't do in this country. There's more to it.
Irk says on Twitter, Torrid is a clothing store for big girls. So if you were wondering what Torrid was when I was reading it, and I had no idea what that is either. So
thanks, Irk.
Yeah, there you go, Irk. Irk shops there.
We have to get off this subject because I'm just afraid we're triggering
what?
We're triggering people. We're triggering people who are like, stop talking about it. Stop eating.
You're mean. That's
stop
so
eating.
mean.
Stop eating and exercise. The end. I get it.
As you said yesterday, if you're offended, go listen to Bill and Jen.
Stop. Greg is like 6'3.5", so the taller you are, the easier it is.
Right.
That's not true. I mean,
I think it is. It spreads out.
Yeah, no.
Spread it and forget it.
I mean, I tell you guys all the time, like I track it on my watch here. Like I try and take 8,000 steps a day. I try and get my heart rate to like 130 each day for a couple minutes. You know what I mean? Like I try and do, even if I'm not working out, I'm trying to do something where I am active and my heart rate gets up for a consistent. I try and do that every day. I don't always have the best diet. I drink probably too much coffee. Sometimes I stress eat, especially this week, because this week is very stressful for me.
Why?
It just is.
What's going on?
There's a lot happening. There's a lot going on here. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
it. See, stress eating.
Hasn't been sober says, I was 240 and the BMI chart said I should be around 190. I got down to 186 and then the chart said I should be at 176. F the chart.
Go yourself.
KJP was on the Morning Joes yesterday, and she said that the reason we have chaos...
Donald Trump. Climate change, racism.
No, you were right with the first thing you said there, Nick Kayal. This is cut 4, Phil, go.
President Trump can talk policy on Thursday, which remains an open question. We'll see what kind of performer he is that night. One of the places he's undoubtedly going to go is to inflation, which everybody across the country is feeling despite all that economic data we talk about all the time that is so strong. The economy's thriving. Talk about things costing too much. He'll look into the camera maybe and say, you know that your cereal costs too much. He'll go down the list of groceries and gas. How will the president address that criticism?
So here's the thing. This is something that we've been talking about for some time, right? The economy. And you're right. The data shows that the economy is indeed strengthening. It's stronger. And we understand that we came out of a pandemic, a once-in-a-century pandemic. And the work that this president did from the American Rescue Plan to the bipartisan infrastructure legislation to the Inflation Reduction Act, all of these historic pieces of legislation has helped this country get back on its feet. So yes, eggs and milk, and there were grocery things that were up it has gone down. It has gone down since 2022. Gas prices, because of the actions that this president took, and let's not forget there was an invasion, but Russia did obviously into Ukraine that caused gas prices to tick up. The president took action, tapped the SPR, and we saw gas prices go down. The president has met the moment with every issue that we have had in front of us. The president obviously talks about that often. He's going to have another opportunity on Thursday to speak to those issues. And look, talking about Donald Trump, I just mentioned the Dobbs decision. The reason why we have chaos right now after the Dobbs decision, the reason why after Roe v. Wade was overturned after it being constitutional law for 50 years, is because of what Donald Trump did in his administration. And now IVF is on the line. Contraception is on the line. I was thinking about when I was sitting here before starting this conversation, there's some of us who have young children. Can you believe that we have more rights? We had more rights growing up than our kids. That's because of the Trump administration and what they were able to do. So there's a lot here. There's a big contrast in what we're trying to do on behalf of the American people, majority of Americans, what they want to see, and what we see congressional Republicans, extreme Republicans doing.
So I will answer that word salad. And by the way, that was an amazing word salad. There are a lot of ranch dressing on top of the word salad as well. This is one top Democrat telling CNN. This was, I wanted to get to this before the cut sheet, but we ran out of time. Quote, he wants the credit, but it's not working. One top Democrat told CNN, quote, he needs to stop. Four sources close to the White House who described private conversations with the Biden campaign said the reason for their concern is simple. The president's policy achievements are not resonating or swaying voters. This is a big story courtesy of Fox News talking about policy record, especially with the economy and inflation. And by the way, the cost of everyday living is still up 18%. So they can continue to spin the stock market all they want, but when Americans go and buy anything on a consumer daily basis, they still feel like they're being clubbed over the head, and I feel it as well.
We had a big discussion yesterday about, is Ben Carson in the running for Trump's vice presidency? He was on, what channel was this yesterday? I don't know. Newsmax TV, excuse me. Okay. Talking about what you did your big take on yesterday. I think it was yesterday. CNN cutting off the Trump press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. And this is what he said on that. It is interesting that they're trotting him out to discuss these things now when he really hasn't been seen in a while. But this is cut 4, Phil. Go. No, this is not cut 4. This is cut 5. Excuse me. Go.
Really an unprofessional moment there by the anchor, but she went to Twitter saying, or X, saying, you come on my show, you respect my colleagues, period, and goes on there talking about her track record. Dr. Carson, your thoughts?
I suspect their producers were screaming in her earpiece, stop her, she can't do that. But, there was a time when CNN was highly respected. Yeah. This is CNN, but I think they have completely abandoned any prospect of being neutral anymore. And their respect has gone down. Their viewership has gone down. Trump is obviously their best advertisement. They do well when they talk about him. And that's, again, that's all they're concerned about. They're concerned about money and about clicks and about things of that nature. They're not concerned about the people of this country. And, journalism used to be a highly respected area. Now I think it's somewhere below used car salesmen. It's because of situations like this.
Wow. Look at that. Yeah. Comparing it to used car salesman. He's not wrong.
Don't let the lack of style take away from the substance of what he just said there. If you didn't fall asleep listening to Ben Carson, he's absolutely correct. I mean, and here I would actually push back on, every time they talk about Trump, it's great for their ratings. CNN's ratings have been in the tank for a while, and they still spend a lot of time talking about Trump. So I think they've even lost people on that front where it's like, how many times can you just keep beating a dead horse to death over and over and over? It'd be like the sports station down the hall if they kept talking about the Eagles and it didn't work in the ratings.
Exactly.
But it does.
Yep.
Doesn't work for CNN right now, and it hasn't for years.
Yeah. It's interesting. Look, I could see Vivek or not Vivek. I'm sorry. I could see Ben Carson being Trump's vice president. I could see that.
I'd be good with that.
I can see that very highly.
Yep.
Never thought about it until I saw chatter about him. Vivek, I don't see him in the VP running. I know that it's like
Too soon?
He's popular online.
Yeah.
No, he's.
Well, you're right. He didn't. Online stardom versus reality is two different things.
Yes, exactly.
You're so
Ben
right.
Carson is solid. He's a safe, solid choice.
I'm talking about Vivek though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Vivek is not happening. Right. Let me just say that again. Vivek will not be vice president for Donald Trump in 2024.
But he'll be in the cabinet.
I sure hope so.
He definitely will be in the
Yeah,
cabinet.
I mean, it's just he would overshadow too much.
That's not. But that's not. He's just. They have to look at all the factors. Ben Carson is just so highly respected. So conservatives, conservatives love him. Highly respected, but he's also somebody that
isn't seeking the spotlight, which Trump doesn't want.
But he is. He is somebody who is so established. I don't see the so-called mainstream media taking pot shots at Dr. Ben Carson, who's widely respected, a neurosurgeon.
He doesn't give any inflammatory commentary that you can try to pin him down on.
Look
or
at his life.
Clip a segment that he does and take 12 seconds of it and take it out of context. I mean, he's legitimately as vanilla as it gets, which maybe is what you're looking for, right? You don't want him in the headlines and making news.
Well, I think you just. I think that he's still, though. Nobody can say. If you look at Ben Carson, you don't say. They can't say, well, he's a MAGA crazy person. They can't say anything about him. They can't discredit him. They can't.
91 LSX says, plus Ben never shot his dog.
Well, it's true. Like there's nothing out there on him, right? Like there's no dirt on the guy.
Fully vetted.
Yeah.
He's like Mike Pence in the fact that he just goes along. Oh, yes, everything. You know what I mean? So like he's quiet. He's.
But I'm going to disagree with that because Mike Pence was considered, especially by the LGBTQ plus community, as somebody who had, they claim had advocated against that community. I think Ben Carson, even, other communities that might not vote for him still are not going to say, oh, he's evil MAGA or he's against this and the other group. In fact, he's somebody who advocates for, as an African-American neurosurgeon, he's respected in the African-American community. He's respected in communities that maybe they can take those communities could take pot shots at the Mike Pences.
You don't think the Al Sharptons and the Joy Reids of the world would call him a sellout?
Oh, of course they will. 100%. But
they might say sellout, but they're not going to say, they can't say much else.
She's right. Peter S. says Ben Carson is not a flashy pick. He has low energy and won't hype the voters. Exactly. That's why I think he has a really good shot in doing it. Okay. Because I think that's appealing to the Trump campaign.
He's positive energy, widely respected by communities beyond conservatives, but I think conservatives love him.
I would see everything you just described. I would argue the same thing for Tim Scott.
Agreed. But again, he certified the 2020 election and said he would do it again. That is not going to sit well with the Trump campaign.
But Tim Scott is also South Carolina.
Yep. All right.
And so that's, and then Tim Scott's a younger guy.
Right.
Just say this. Ben Carson, married to his wife for decades, father, grandfather. Tim Scott still single. So I don't know what that brings up.
He is engaged to Mindy.
I know, but
I got the invite.
Did you?
No.
Did you?
Oh, okay. Save the date.
You a maid of honor?
I'm the best man. Take a loan, pay it back. I'm Tim Scott. And we'll leave the light on for you. 8:30, we'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour on the other side with our man, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. His Twitter accounts are still active, but apparently somebody else just got whacked last night.
Uh-oh.
Greg, you might need to tell them, just stay off Twitter.
Stay off Twitter, guys, please.
Back after this.
Hey, we got to talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I just think the world of Mike and Mark Chapman, two brothers, local guys, starting their business 30 years ago. My, how the years have flown and how they've earned the respect of the community. So many awards in their business. High integrity, high quality people. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would think only of the Chapman family team. And speaking of siding, or maybe if you're thinking about removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman. Think James Hardy plank, so beautiful. Vinyl siding choices galore. It's going to add value to your home, boost the beauty too. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on the job. So if you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, stucco remediation, the James Hardy plank, whatever it is, just give them a call. You can text them. They're local and they're listeners, longtime listeners of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can text them 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can always just visit them online, take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust when it comes to my home. Tell them Dawn sent you.
35% of crash deaths in Pennsylvania involve drivers under the influence. Drunk, high, buzzed, wasted. Whatever you are, don't become a statistic. Make a plan to get home safe. Designate a driver, ride share, or stay the night. Be safe, PA. Visit penndot.pa.gov/safety for more. Substance use disorder treatment is available. Call 1-800-662-HELP or find a treatment facility at treatmentatlas.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyric SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Story all over again. You turn a lover into just another friend.
It's Kayal and Company, 8:36 here on a Wednesday morning. Hey, as we ship it on down south to the great state of Florida, where we chat every Wednesday at this time with our man, Tony Bruno.
Yeah.
You can follow him on Twitter at Tony Bruno Show and at Tony Bruno Nation. His account's still active and running, but apparently something transpired late last night. And
there was a Twitter purge, an ex-purge, Miss Robbins' account suspended. And then I looked, and I lost like 300 followers. So I have not been totally purged. But I think Jamal Bowman actually was taking Twitter followers and trying at 3 a.m. to make himself a winner after he got – that's the big story of the night. Jamal Bowman goes down, and he goes down hard. And I put a meme up last night before I went to bed. One was, of course, the great Chaz Palminteri. Remember, he was Bronx Tale, right? Where he's holding the bat in the streets when he's playing stickball with the kids in that great movie Bronx Tale. Yeah. And then, of course, I had Jamal Bowman with the bar stool and Bronx Fail. So you had Bronx Tale followed by Bronx Fail. And I thought that would get 1 million views, but there was a purge overnight, and I hate purges. How many purge movies are we up to now, by the way, on purges?
Did the New York Post run with that as the headline on the front page?
No, I thought they would. That was a great headline. They had something like Bomb Squad.
Firing Squad.
Firing Squad, that's right.
Yes.
But by the way, and now all these other people are, it was AIPAC money. Here's the bottom line. If you live in New York and you're a congressman, don't pull a fire alarm and don't hate Jews. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, I'm not and don't have, I think, and they're all now saying, see? And how about AOC with that dance video and him holding up a chair and dropping? If he had only dropped about 5 more F-bombs, and if AOC had taken off her top, maybe they would have pulled this one out.
Well, I think the key to victory if you're AOC, Tony, had to be jumping around on stage like she was this past weekend. Like she got selected from the crowd to be on The Price is Right.
Yeah, I love the meme. Did you see that? Somebody put the video together.
It was great.
And she's running up like, come on down. Come on down. AOC, come on down. It's just, it's unbelievable.
Yep.
How these people are so clueless, and they're blaming big money against it. Big money, of course, big money. Hillary Clinton endorsed this Latimer guy.
Yep.
They're both Democrats. They picked the Democrat who's not more insane than Jamal Bowman. The fact that he wasn't in jail after pulling the fire alarm is amazing. That's a felony.
Yep.
So anyway, I'm done with AOC and all these endorsements, and then you have the other actress,
so
the one who was on
though, that
Sex in the City.
She got voted back
because nobody's going to vote. Nobody even knows who her opponent is.
Well, and when your opponent is putting up billboards in Times Square when they're from the Bronx and Queens, you probably got your geography a little mixed up, by the way. That's almost as bad as the Central City sign.
Jamal Bowman losing, and then everybody thought that Lauren Boebert was going to lose, and she won.
Big dub for the Bobes.
Bottom line, the moral to the story is, sitting at a dark theater, fondling your male companion during
That's what I said
a boring movie or TV show, is good.
Yes.
Jumping up and down on the stage and screaming profanities and acting like you were just in the showcase showdown does not work. So this is my Democratic strategy. By the way, I haven't been around for a week. I don't know if you've noticed this. The last 7 days, I have been hunkered down with 16 close confidants to make sure that I say everything right today. And at any question asked of me, I will have the pre-canned selection. Jake Tapper, or as Trump calls him, fake Tapper. I call him fake strapper. Actually, he's a real strapper. So I know we got to talk about this debate. Everybody's going to talk about, well, who's going to win, who's going to lose. It doesn't matter. Here's the bottom line. Does it really matter about this debate? It's going to be, will Biden be able to stand? Is he being jacked up? Will he be screaming? Will he be yelling? Here's why this debate is a joke. Not just because it's CNN, and obviously Cassie Hunt, give her credit. She actually opened up the can of worms so that everybody could see all of the videos. Right. And guess there are videos of Jake Tapper calling Trump Hitler. Mm-hmm. And this isn't like a political opponent calling somebody out. I heard you guys talking about it yesterday. You know, when Kamala Harris went right after Joe Biden in the 2020 debates, she basically accused him of being a racist.
Right.
And then, a couple of months later, he makes her the vice president. So all of this sniping back and forth between political candidates, that happens all the time. And then afterwards, when they're on the same team, they all go forward. But now when you have media people pretending that they're going to do a good job or a fair and balanced job, and fair and balanced is nobody's fair and balanced. More people are unbalanced than ever before in the history of this country.
It's because of obesity.
I think we can all agree with that. I think a bipartisan, unbalanced bill should be brought forth, and Joe Biden will sign it after he leaves with his 16 people down in the basement. And anybody who's defending this saying, see, Trump, why isn't Trump spending 16? Why doesn't Trump spend 7 days hiding in a studio with an airplane hangar somewhere in the mountains of Maryland? Yes. I mean, is that not what happened? You got possible wars breaking out. You know, you got all kinds of things going on, and people, this is a great job by Joe Biden. Oh, look, he's focused. He's the president of the United States. You take off 7. Nick Kayal took off 7 days, but he had to drive all of his stuff up from Nashville for
Damn right,
sakes.
baby. 26-foot box truck, Tony. I was beeping the horn. I had a hat on. People are like, what you hauling?
Pull the horn now? Did you honk at people? Were they honking at you when you were driving up?
Yeah, they flipped me the bird. They gave me the business, Tony.
And was the dog in the truck with you or in the Jeep
dog
with
Kristen? Dog was in the Jeep with the wife, getting hair all over the place. Okay. I got to vacuum the damn thing out. So,
I was worried about you. I was waiting. I mean, we were waiting for you to call in. You disappeared. You know, we thought you had been kidnapped.
I went dark.
I went dark for 5 days on social, Tony. I cleansed.
0 dark 30, baby.
That's damn right. But you know what? You bring up the debate. This is such a great point because, and I think you can relate to this better than anybody. You know what this feels like? Now, I'm excited for it because it's my job, but I get most people, I think, won't really care. This reminds me of the first Eagles preseason game in August where we're forced to talk about it all the time, and most people will watch it for 9 minutes and then check out. Doesn't it have the same vibes and the same feel as that first opening game where the starters are going to go one series in August, Tony?
Yeah, and the thing about this is what's ridiculous about it. If you want to have a real debate, don't have Jake Tapper asking about January 6th, okay? That's the problem. You know, now, again, Jake Tapper's not a journalist. He has moments. He's sporadically. He's like the glitching Joe Biden. He glitches. One time he looks like he's a real journalist, and another time he looks like Joe Biden, glitching. Jake Tapper is a strapper, and he's also a name me one person who works at CNN who is not affiliated with somebody in the DNC, one of the 51. Dana Bash's husband was one of the 51 intel officials, right? Everybody at CNN has connections to the Democratic Party. Now, there are people at Fox, obviously, who have connections to the Republican Party.
Sure.
So that's the problem. But the bottom line is these questions should be submitted, and no one should have the questions before the debate. CNN should not be crafting the questions, because then what will happen on Friday morning, you mark my words, mark the tape. Friday morning, people will be saying, well, Donald Trump won because of this. Because he was able to talk about January 6th. Nobody cares about January 6th anymore. And the question is, what are you going to do to fix all these problems. You think they're going to question Joe Biden on the border and all of these incidents that have been happening that the media is ignoring about? Remember when Trump said MS-13, they're all gang members and they're going to come in here?
Yeah.
And then Nancy Pelosi said, well, they're God's children. When Trump called out MS-13 when he was president early in his term, he was talking about the MS-13 gang members coming into our country. And that's when the border wasn't wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And then, January 3rd, MS-13, they're just God's children. So, spinning it. I think the problem with this debate is that both sides are going to say their guy won, and then they'll figure out if Joe really tanks, then, of course, they'll call Gavin Newsom, who, by the way, did his State of the State address on a recorded message. You had to call like an 900 number.
Which is it,
$3.99 a live State of the State address. He moved. Now he's not even going to go to Sacramento anymore. Can you blame him?
I wouldn't blame him at all. Who the hell
He's
wants to go to Sacramento?
He's going to be up in Marin County.
Tony,
why would you go to Sacramento when you can go to your ranch in Marin and then because I wouldn't go to San Francisco, L.A., or Sacramento right now if I was Gavin Newsom.
Tony,
but he actually said last night that he's done the best job with homelessness in his state.
Yeah, okay.
And even like the far left newspapers in the Bay Area are calling him out. It's unbelievable what people get away with, and they work for us. That's the problem I have.
Free agents in the NBA don't even want to go to Sacramento. They're offering $30 million a year.
They're a little better. They got a little bit better.
Okay.
Tony, how many cups of coffee have you had?
I've only had one.
Yeah, we got a bottle.
I'm jacked up more than Joe Biden. I told you I've been off for a week on the broadcast part of it, and I got 16 friends that I was able to call. I actually found 16 friends and asked, what should I talk about on Kayal and Company when I return on Wednesday, June 26th, the eve of the world's most famous debate?
All right,
it's debate eve.
I got to get your thoughts on the other side. We're going to take a quick break, wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with you, and if we can keep you around for a couple of minutes in the 9 o'clock hour, that would be great. At this rate, with your energy, I think we could keep you till 9 p.m. But we'll only keep you till about 9:15.
I'm going to do an AOC dance during the break.
Yeah, baby.
I know. Love to see you on Price is Right. All right, Bruno continues with us.
Can I just say this because I do like this? Why don't you keep, for the people watching on YouTube, why don't you keep the feed up during the commercial breaks so you can see what we're all doing? Is that okay with everybody? Does anybody care?
Absolutely. Now, I usually, I'll take my shirt off, and whatever it takes, I'll do an AOC. I'll dance. I'll do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight.
So if you're watching, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see what we do during the commercial breaks, which is.
I got crabs on my shirt. Yes, Sharon Kennedy just noticed.
I'm glad you said on your shirt.
I'd rather have crabs on my shirt than in my drawers.
Hey, there you go.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
Kayal and Company. More of Bruno next.
We need to take a summer road trip to see Tony, Bruno, and Miss Robin. That would be an awesome summer road trip, especially with your new home being built. And that's really what summertime is all about. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle that you've been eyeing. You've earned it. You've been thinking about it. Come on, time to go get it. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as, and these are some of the most beautiful, powerful vehicles on the roadways right now, Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and Alfa Romeo. Beautiful vehicles. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com or stop by one of their PA, Delaware, New Jersey dealers, PIA, ZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
8:52. It is Kayal and Company. It's a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your hump day. And when I think of hump day, I mean, who would you rather spend it with than Tony Bruno? Woo-hoo! I mean, come on. It's a given.
All I've had is 1 cup of coffee, kid, so don't do drugs. I'm going to go into a hangar later on today and then get ready for next week's show, and everything's going to be all right.
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, the conversation did not stop.
Well, not for me, but not for Tony.
Not for Tony. We're having a conversation off air, so you just heard the three of us kibitzing. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you're watching right now.
Yes, indeed.
By the way, it's like the coaches say, don't leave it all in the locker room.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The show never ends. Welcome, my friends, to the show that never ends.
Now, here's a question, though. Were the people listening on YouTube able to hear what Tony was saying?
No.
Oh, they just saw me.
Okay.
They saw my gestations.
They just saw
By the way, I'm gonna give it right now.
Uh-oh.
Ben Carson will be the VP pick.
Dun, dun, dun.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Whoa!
I'm good with that.
It's the smartest move
Yeah.
because he's
Safe.
unflappable.
Yep.
But he can get the zinger in without having to raise his voice or even use his hands like I have to do. I think he's
you're
smart.
Italian.
He's a genius. And then you can't, Who's going to call him an Uncle Tom?
Nobody.
You think
Right.
Al Sharpton's going to call Dr. Ben Carson?
Nope.
Al Sharpton couldn't shine Ben Carson's shoes.
Wow.
Most of the Democratic Party, the party of pandering and making sure black people you're not black if you don't vote for Democrats, that crowd. Ben Carson's a genius, and he's a perfect difference because Trump is bombastic, Ben Carson, if you watch him and listen to him, he can get the zingers in without having to be flamboyant. So, the opposites do attract, as the great.
And he has a movie. He has a movie about him. He is played by Cuba Gooding Jr. in Gifted Hands.
Oh.
Who else can say that?
I have a gifted hands. I mean, healing hands, touching me, touching you. Oh, no, let's get into that.
That is why you are not a candidate, Tony.
There's your Bruno ticket. Bombastic and boring. Trump and Carson.
He's not boring. He's got the.
He's calm.
You don't need two guys screaming.
He's measured.
Mike Pence had the fly on his head. I think the fly actually got more votes when he was trying to run against Trump, and he had to bail.
That's why.
Remember when Pence ran for president? It was one of the Republican candidates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The fly got more votes. Actually, the fly got more votes than Jamal Bowman last night.
On that note, let's carry Bruno over to the 9 o'clock hour. I've got to get your
Are we going to overtime?
We're going overtime.
This is like hockey. This is like Stanley Cup hockey when you go into the playoffs and then you got overtime.
That's right.
I was rooting for overtime the other night. That Game 7, the NHL playoffs are better than any playoff on any sport on God's green earth.
It is pretty good.
Am I wrong?
Wow.
No, it's pretty good. It is compelling. For all 1,600, for all 1,600 people.
How about
that watch
my
it.
Florida Panthers? Do you realize that since I moved to Florida, there have been 3 Stanley Cups won?
Yep.
Tampa Bay Lightning 2 in a row. Florida Panthers. You're welcome, Ron DeSantis. You're welcome, Tampa Bay Lightning, and you're welcome, Florida Panthers. The Bruno Juju down here in Florida, bringing Stanley Cups, which I haven't been able to do since '75 in Philly. But I brought the hockey action down here to Southwest Florida.
Good luck, John.
I saw a great stat. Stanley Cups in the last 5 years. DeSantis 3, Trudeau 0.
That's amazing.
Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup since Trudeau was just a little boy, and his dad, Fidel, was picking him up down in Cuba somewhere.
By the way, are we all good leaving up the feed during the commercial break again?
You do whatever you want. I got to use the restroom anyway.
Well, I could take the mic into the restroom like they did, like Lieutenant Frank Drebin did in.
Follow Nick into the restroom.
Kale Cam continues.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this frivolity while we're in a commercial break.
And up next, Joe Biden waves the white flag in Tony Bruno's new state. The details on the other side. Stay there.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Need new furniture? You need Bucks County Estate Traders 4th of July sale. This Saturday through July 6th, everything store-wide is 20% off. Select patio and garden furniture 75% off. High-end, name brand and vintage, mid-century, antique, European, and American furniture. More than 10,000 items in stock. Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. Save big June 29th through July 6th at their showroom in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Go home to your mom.
Kayal and Company. I think that was Donald Trump's parting shot and message to Jamal Bowman. You can go home to your mom now. It's a wrap. As you lost by 12,000 votes. With still.
Did you see his concession speech? He was bitter and broken even in his concession speech.
Well, he can bench press about 380 pounds, so that's going to work out for him in the future.
The meme game is so strong if you're a Jamal Bowman. Listen, I'm sure people say people are rooting against Jamal Bowman because we're racist. No, because we realize this, and even the people in New York who the ones voted, they realize this guy's a certified nutbag and belongs nowhere near. But a great tweet by somebody said, it's a good thing. Maybe Jamal Bowman should go back to teaching. This way, every day when he's in a classroom, somebody can pull the fire alarm so he has to see what it feels like to disrupt a class or disrupt something important.
Oh, man. Wow. The internet is ruthless.
Yes, it is.
God help us all. All right, so Joe Biden and the Biden administration just a few days ago, I think this was on either Monday or Tuesday, kind of waving the white flag, so to speak, Tony, in Florida as they've come to the admission and the acceptance that Florida is no longer in play, as if it ever was, which was interesting.
It's a fight. Again, another one of the things that I'll take, because I got this in the mail just the other day.
Oh, you did?
That's because, I've never really been a solid Republican because I don't care about the Republican Party.
Amen.
When you live in Philly, you don't even know what the Republican Party looks like. But anyway, so I got this, and then I saw the numbers. Florida's voter registration is now like 938,000 more registered Republicans than Democrats in the state. So we can call it early. Even Brett Baer is calling it over. Florida, Donald Trump has won Florida and all the electrical votes. And the electrical college and the electrical parade at Disneyland's electric parade. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I am now an official party document. Party in the FLA, baby. Party in the FLA, baby.
Be careful if you show that address, Tony. You don't want anybody showing up at the house for an autograph. You gotta keep those people
I don't
away.
want one of those MAGA extremists coming down here.
Yes. Or a Democrat to dox you and harass you and Robin late at night when you're trying to get some sleep.
I don't think there's many of those around here at this particular time.
That's good to know.
Not
also,
only that,
yeah.
the police down here are awesome.
Yes, they are.
Well, law and order still exists in Florida.
Yes.
Damn right, man.
You're damn right.
This is where woke comes to die, Florida.
I heard that, and we used to say that here on the show.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
Oh, God.
Boom.
I wonder why he didn't last as a national candidate. Good God.
Well, that and mustard.
Between that and mustard, it's like, oh, Jesus, please.
Tony, I got to get your thoughts on two issues in sports that cross over into political and social and racial lines. And, we've had these conversations plenty of times because there's always something new developing, especially on the Caitlin Clark front. It was funny. We got back to Pennsylvania, moved everything in. We finished up on Sunday, and my wife's uncle was over, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to get out of here now. I got to go home and watch the Caitlin Clark game. I'm like, are you serious? He goes, yeah, she's on at 4 o'clock. And now Jason Whitlock, who obviously you know from your ESPN days.
Yeah.
He's
and
with
Fox. He was at both places.
Yes, and Fox. He's with Glenn Beck and the Blaze now. And he says it's gotten so bad for Caitlin Clark that he is now suggesting that the WNBA's Indiana Fever, and forgive me for not looking at the standings lately, but I think they are a few games under 500, even though she's sensational. They should.
Yeah, they got off to a horrible start, and now they've been filling up arenas, which is the other thing that nobody else has been able to do in 27 years.
Yeah, and she sold out the Atlanta arena where the Hawks play, and even Trae Young and the Hawks can't do that, which is remarkable. And he's suggesting now that they fire the white female coach of the Indiana Fever and replace her with a black male head coach in order to help Caitlin Clark deal with the bullying aspect and the hazing and the rousing that she's been dealing with. First of all, is it sad that we've gotten to this point? And secondly, are you buying that approach?
No, that's ridiculous. Listen, I like Jason, and he's got his own opinion. He's got strong opinions, and that's why he's successful. You don't have to agree with him. And the bottom line is they don't have to do that. The problem is that her teammates have to go out there and protect her. And listen, she handles this better than any player I've ever seen, especially a rookie.
Yep.
Rookies come into any league and they get pushed around, and you want to find out whether the person's tough. And then you find that's why people who rip Draymond Green at least protects his teammates. He does it. He goes overboard a lot of times and then gets fined or suspended, but at least he cares about his teammates. The problem is, and I don't want to see women out there fighting, although, maybe if they, at halftime, if they brought out pillows and had a pillow fight, then maybe I would watch the halftime show at the next WNBA game. But no, the bottom line is it doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter who the players are. She's the one who's selling out arena. I mean, most of these WNBA arenas were like small barns, that hold like 5,000 maximum. You mentioned Atlanta, a road game. And the thing about Caitlin Clark, and again, I don't want to keep relitigating this. Everybody knows she's a great player. Everybody knows she's a draw. And so that whole argument about, do the other players hate her? Do I think these other women hate her? No. These other women who are the big stars in the league, they're making money. It's the other fringe players who are in the league, who are still good college basketball players and now professionals. They're the ones that should be grateful that the Caitlin Clarks and even the Angel Reeses are getting eyes on the league. You have to have a villain, I guess, and maybe she likes being the villain. So I don't know if it goes beyond that. With Caitlin Clark, she doesn't seem to care. She doesn't say, I need to be protected. She's not out there crying every night. She's out there signing autographs after the game, and she always does interviews and always is asked tough questions, and she always gives honest answers. So if you want to hate somebody for that, then you maybe have to re-examine where your head is right now. This isn't about race. Not to me. I don't care what race she is. We had some of the greatest players in the NBA who came into the league. Larry Bird came in with Magic Johnson. They were both rookies. They were both great college players, and they re-energized the NBA. And then, of course, you had the Jordan era, so LeBron era. Anytime you bring in big players, white, black, foreign, domestic, imported, legally here, not legally here. Look at the situation with Ranger Suarez's family. They couldn't even get a visa to come and see. See their guy pitch, who, by the way, lost last night, had one bad inning, and the Phillies lost in Detroit.
Are you worried about the Phillies now? Is the World Series parade canceled?
I don't know. I saw that Stool Presidente from Barstool just said he put down a $200,000 bet on the Phillies to win the World Series. And I wrote, yo, bro, throw some of that cash my way here. You know what I mean? I'll name my bedroom in my house. If you want to throw $200,000 out, just throw 100 large to me. And I will put a plaque naming my bedroom in the new Paradiso Bruno in Cape Coral. I'll make it Barstool, Southwest Florida. How about that?
Wait, does Miss Robin go along with that?
Robin?
For 200,000, yeah.
We'll settle 100,000.
Everybody has a price.
Giving your money to political candidates who don't really care about you.
Amen.
How about
brother.
sending it to me so that I can finish the home?
Amen.
My forever home.
Yes.
And rest in peace.
Screw these political candidates. They don't care about you. They just want your vote.
No.
Stop.
By the way, did you see the new Hillary Clinton book? The picture on the cover of it?
Yeah, it's from like 1995.
No, I think Earl Scheib gave her one of those $29.95. You got to be old school. Earl Scheib, remember, $29.95. They'll fix some dents and give you a paint job on your car. I haven't seen that much Bondo on something since a guy in the parking lot out in L.A. wanted to fix a dent in my car. And you know what Bondo is? That's the stuff they put on the cars and then sand it down. Bondo, not bondage. That's what's going on at the White House in their press office right now.
God. It's funny you mentioned L.A. I want to get your thoughts on this. Last question for you. You've been in Los Angeles. You've worked in it. You covered the Lakers. Now Stephen A. Smith is losing his mind even more because the Lakers hired former Sixer J.J. Redick, who was just the lead analyst for ESPN. And now people are losing their minds because J.J. Redick, with no coaching experience as a white guy, gets the job over potentially more qualified, experienced African-American coaches. And Stephen A. Smith has taken it to the point where he says that, quote, white folks shouldn't comment on black coaches and black player issues in pro sports. Really, Tony? So we can only talk about white guys in sports now?
Well, there are very few of them, so it's easier to cover. You know? Does the white European guys like Luka Doncic and all these other chiches that come over from Serbia and other parts of the world, are they counted as white guys or people of color? I don't know. I'm confused now on having to compartmentalize which athlete is which color.
I mean, seriously, Martin Luther King would be rolling over in his grave
Absolutely.
with how much everything is based on race now.
Yep.
What happened to his famous speech?
Yep.
Content of your character?
Content of your character, not the color of your skin. And now it's all about the color of somebody's skin, and it's just wrong.
I agree.
It's an outrage. But the Phillies will be back. But you watch now. If the Phillies lose a couple games, they have to win every night now in Philly. You know how it works.
Yes.
If they lose a game, somebody has to be blamed. That's how we are in Philly when it comes to sports. And even though I'm not living in Philly physically, I still have a house in Philly. So I'm still Philly, and I'll always be Philly. Even when I was in L.A., nobody represented Philly like I did on the national scene. Jake Tapper certainly does. Jake Tapper claims to be a Philly guy. He's a scumbag. He's a crumb creep coward. That's what he is.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
Well, we don't know that.
Exactly.
Mr.
Well,
Mayor.
I don't know if he's a lush. I
Come
know
on,
he's
Frank, former mayor.
A scrapper.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
Yeah.
I want to fight you, Jake Tapper.
You're a crumb creep lush coward.
You have the I want to fight you.
Let me check here.
Got to have that in the system. Come on.
You're a coward.
No, that's
No,
not it.
that's not it. I've got 42 Rizzos, and I don't have that. Come on, Jim.
By the way, Tony Bruno, we have the photo, the book cover of Hillary Clinton. Phil,
Look at that picture on
Wow.
When, come on, when is that from?
Queen of the hairdos.
It's from
I don't think
1993.
she told, I think that's not even an old picture of her. That's an AI picture of her.
Yeah.
That is Bondo magic, man.
Or it was just after she had some adrenochrome or whatever it's called.
Yeah, what is that stuff called? That J-Lo was putting in her. Did you see J-Lo recently was walking like and she had to have assistance?
Really?
Figure after all those husbands, she's got to be worn out at some point, right?
Well, Ben Affleck will do that to you.
No, I disagree. She is so fit. I don't know what's going on.
No,
with
I
her.
saw her walking the other day.
the
There's
block.
video of her, and she was like Joe Biden walking to the Marine One helicopter. Seriously.
By the way, if you want to see this, photo of the Hillary Clinton book, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. We have the photo up there.
Not a joke.
Yeah, that's definitely an AI photo.
Oh yeah.
Reflections on life, love, and liberty.
Yeah.
I have to give her one compliment.
What?
Do you
She
really,
has the
Robin?
best no, I mean.
Do we have to
she
go
has
there?
She has great cheekbones.
The cheekbones.
Oh.
Cheekbones. Her cheekbones are impressive.
Well, so that Bill Clinton didn't think so. He had to find other cheekbones.
Those were different
I
cheeks.
like the big cheeks on the back.
I like big cheeks, and I cannot lie.
Oh my God.
I mean, she was never a Hawk-Tuig girl anyway. I know you guys were talking about the other day.
That's not right.
Who you got, Hillary or Hawk? We'll post the poll question during the commercial.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine when Bill Clinton saw that
Hawk to a girl?
Oh my God, he probably
wishes he was 30 years younger.
My God.
What a show.
By the way, quick headline in the New York Times, right? Yeah. The woman who was killed, Jocelyn Nungari in Texas. This is the headline in the New York Times.
She's a 12-year-old girl.
Awful.
12-year-old. Killing of Texas girl becomes a new immigration flashpoint.
Oh.
That's the headline in the New York Times.
Yeah. As if there
the killing of a 12-year-old girl has become the latest crime seized on by Republicans to attack President Biden over his immigration policies. The amount of water coming over Niagara Falls every day doesn't equate to the amount of water that the crumb bum media, the New York Times, MS, there's never been a time in history. The water that's being carried by the Jake Tappers and the media, the once respected media, is an embarrassment. They should all be ashamed of themselves, but they're not, because they're there for one reason: to influence the outcome of election. If anybody thinks that that's not the case, then you need your head examined.
Yes.
And that's expensive. So unless you have a good plan and you have the, you have to get if you have to get a referral to go see a mentalist or a psychiatrist. Mentalist is great.
I was going to say mentalist.
Well, Kreskin was the best mentalist
Yes.
of all time. Let's be honest.
That's true.
He was the GOAT.
All right, Tony, as Joe Biden would say.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
So we're going to get you out of here. Thank you so much, as always,
I can't
brother.
go home to my mom because she's no longer with us.
God
So
bless
Trump
Mama
can't
Bruno.
say that. Can you give me a Trump? Go back to mommy.
Yeah, I'll give you one on the way out. How about that?
Go home to your mom.
And my boy Stevie. How about our buddy at Steve? There used to be Tony Luke's the original, but how about Nikki Luke becoming a national story at the cheesesteak place down there on Oregon Avenue?
Amazing.
Getting major love on all the networks.
Yep.
For being there for Trump the other day.
Do we know if Trump officially ate a cheesesteak? Because there's
That's a good question.
There's conflicting reports that he didn't actually have a cheese. We know he likes
he took
fast
it
food.
to go, so
Well, I
he ate
can-
it.
He likes red meat. He's a burger guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got to
can
imagine
call
you're a
Nikki
steak
and
guy.
find out.
Yeah, we can get Nikki.
Ooh, that'd be
Nikki's a good
good.
friend of us.
Yeah.
We'll get an exclusive interview. Now, he did go back. He left a $500 tip for the people working, but he went back and ordered another 60 cheesesteaks later to go.
Oh,
60 to go.
Boy.
Yeah, not for him, though. I think he was passing them around in the...
Yeah, no. I just want to know if he actually ate one.
Yeah.
Because
that's a good question.
I've
We need
heard
to
that-
go deep. Luckily, we have our eye, ear, nose, and throat team here at 1210 WPHT.
We have a whole
our
ENT
investigative
department.
unit.
What were you going to say,
Remember
Don?
the I team?
What were you going to say, Don?
No, I was just going to say really quick that Nick had said that talked about Bidenomics, that his cheesesteaks with Trump were like $8,
Mm-hmm.
$8 something.
And now they're $14.50.
Yeah.
14.
Bidenomics.
Unbelievable.
Well, all right, Tony. Good stuff as always. Bye,
Thank you,
Tony.
guys.
Bye, Robin.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. I emptied the tank today. I spilled my guts.
I go back.
Arrivederci.
Get in the hyperbaric chamber and reload for next Wednesday. There he is.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody, as John Fetterman would say. All right, 9:20 here on this Wednesday morning. Time to give it away. Do you know your movies? If so, here we go.
The Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'd like to ask a few questions about this breakfast cereal.
Yeah, box of tricks.
That's right. I've been led to understand that tricks are exclusively for children. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, they say tricks are for kids in the commercials.
And is that enforced by law?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, how about this? A pair of tickets to TNA Wrestling. It's TNA Impact this Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and June 29th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. For more info and tickets, visit TNAWrestling.com. But if you know that movie, call her 855-839-1210. You will get those TNA Wrestling tickets for this weekend at the 2300 Arena. And also a big shout out during the Bruno segment.
What?
Janice, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the last name. She donated $390.
What?
So Janice.
Thank you, Janice.
Random last name that I can't pronounce. You get all 3 days of the playlist.
Wow, Janice, email me your playlist. Greg.Stocker at Odyssey, AUDACY.com, Greg.Stocker@Odyssey.com, or just Greg at 1210 WPHT, whichever one you want to.
We are now at $13,218, or 88% of our 15K goal.
See, Greg Stocker does suck.
He does.
GregStockerSucks.com.
And it pays to suck.
Thank you.
Not in radio, but as the boss, you can do that. All right, we'll come back, get to a Dawn Big 3, get our winner, and a whole lot more, including What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2, as we continue. Kayal Company.
Kids 14 and under can be a baller like Nick when they receive a Nick Castellanos basketball jersey presented by CP Rankin Roofing Experts on Sunday, July 14th at 1:35 when the A's visit CBP. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Say cheese! Coca-Cola Photo Day is back on Saturday, July 13th before the Phillies host Oakland at 4:05. Don't miss out on your chance to snap photos of your favorite Phils. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
You know me. You know I love easy living. You want the best. You want relaxation and invigoration. You want to transform your outdoor living space. You go to Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA because it's not a hot tub, it's a jacuzzi. With Jacuzzi, you get the quality, you get the price, you get the whole thing.
Visit Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SCPA.com.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Favor to ask of you, please don't give up your summer vacation, all right? The kids, the memories that'll last forever. And I know times are tough, but the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey makes getting away affordable and possible. Book a June or July midweek stay, and you're going to receive resort credits that you can use on site. That's right, they're going to give you money to use on site in the form of resort credits. And they have the big outdoor heated pool, the heated indoor pool if the weather's bad at the beach. The longer you stay, the more you get back in resort credits. They offer guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette. So it's like renting a shore home, but with all the conveniences of a full-service resort, except you don't have to worry about doing the sheets and the towels. You get the amenities of a resort, but you also get the kitchenette, the fridge. Book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. This offer is good until July 18th, so act today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint with limited availability WPHT, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-973-3077. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-973-3077 now to secure your 1904P $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-973-3077.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
A tasty new game is coming your way. Test your skills in Kirby's Quick Run at tastykake.com. Help Kirby the Crimpet collect all of the Tasty Cake treats. Play now to enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win exclusive prizes. Increase your chances of winning by playing every day. And don't forget to celebrate National Crimpet Day on July 7th by snagging some limited edition confetti crimpets in stores now. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:30 as we continue. Good stuff today. Debate tomorrow. Reaction on Friday. Sean Farish will join us 8:30 on Friday morning, and then we'll be in next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday with us on the show. Looking forward to that. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three and What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 in just a matter of moments. But let's see if we have our winner. Jesus is in North Philadelphia. Jesus, good morning, buddy. What movie clip did we just play for you a few minutes ago?
Good morning, guys. The movie was Ted 2.
That is correct. Ted 2, and you've got 2 tickets to TNA Impact Wrestling this Saturday in South Philadelphia.
Woohoo! Never been to a show.
All right,
so
well, enjoy it, man.
Be fun.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Thank
so
you.
enjoy it. There you go, Jesus.
Yeah.
Going to see a little.
And Dawn, stay beautiful.
Aw, thank you.
Well, what about Greg and I? Should we stay beautiful as well?
Greg, stay muy guapo. And Nick, you're very bald. Muy calvo. I've been begging Greg to say that for months.
Yeah, I can't say it like you can say it, Jesus. Sorry, man.
I have faith in you, Greg. I have faith in you.
Gotta
I appreciate
keep
that,
the
pal.
faith. There you go.
Thanks, Jesus.
Jesus is our winner. All right. Yeah, look, it's not hard to stay beautiful when you're, like the way Greg and I. Greg's got the flowing hair. I got the nice dome.
You know what's funny is that Dawn looks directly in the camera and smiles.
Well,
and
she's
it's
a TV person.
It's lovely.
Professional.
It's lovely. It's completely worth subscribing to YouTube just for Dawn's reaction to things. And if you see her during her own show when she's on YouTube, she talks to the camera. It's nice. It's nice.
I don't really do anything to the camera, do I?
Nothing.
I don't even. I
You
forget
pretend-
it's here half the time.
You pretend it's not there. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. All right, let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:32.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
So close.
So close.
Another local law enforcement officer injured in the line of duty this morning. Yes, a Pennsylvania state trooper recovering in the hospital right now in stable condition. This after being injured in a crash that shut down the Schuylkill Expressway westbound for hours this morning.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
I went by it and
Yeah.
it looked like a parking lot.
Oh
It
yes,
was-
as we were coming
yeah,
in.
Yes.
445 from Montgomery Avenue till I think the Boulevard.
Mhm.
It was just stopped dead.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
They
That's what we
said they said on
Parking
our
lot.
sister station it was an hour delay.
Oh my God.
And that continued. So it all began in the 4 a.m. hour, as Greg said, this morning. and it was right near the City Avenue split on I-76 westbound. So trooper was inside a marked state police vehicle and conducting stationary work zone enforcement. Obviously, all of that, you have all those construction workers there right near mile marker 340.5.
Yeah.
That's when he was, according to authorities, rear-ended and struck by a huge tractor trailer. And the trooper had, his emergency lights were on. So he was, they rushed him to the hospital, and they say his condition is stabilized.
I'd be willing to bet the truck driver was not paying attention, distracted, and then that happens.
So I hope he's okay.
Yeah, you hate. I mean, like, especially at that time of the morning. Late evening, late night, early morning. It's just you have a lot of trucks on the road, and you have to wonder. You have to hope that they're not overnight truck drivers that are just tired, trying to get to where they need to be because they have to make deadline or whatever.
Yeah, I hate driving at that. I hate driving at night on the highway when there's all those trucks like that. Yeah.
And 4 o'clock in the morning, I mean, the sun officially comes up at 4:35, so it's not pitch dark like when we come in anymore. It's kind of that twilight.
Yeah.
But at that hour, so they're obviously investigating, but we didn't know at the time what they said an accident. We didn't know that this was the situation, that it was a state trooper coming in this morning. Hey, First Lady Jill Biden in Philadelphia and speaking in my neck of the woods in Chestnut Hill at a private Biggity Big fundraiser.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Yes, she is. And so about 100 guests, private fundraiser this week. And she began speaking, as they've said. She said, this election's not about age. She said, Joe and the other guy are about the same age. The election, First Lady Jill Biden said, is about character, wisdom, and ability.
Oh, I thought it was about threats to democracy and dictators on day one. So she's pivoted to new talking points.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so something a little different. The fundraiser, by the way, also featured a performance by singer-songwriter Carole King. That would have been sweet. But I brought in about $450,000 for the Biden re-election campaign, and that's according to the co-chair of the event. So who was there? Former Governor Ed Rendell, Ashley Biden, First Lady or First Daughter, and Elaine and Sidney Grobin, Mayor Sherrell Parker, Congressman Brendan Boyle, Representative Madeline Dean Montgo, and my friend, actually Mary Pat Kessler, was there too. So call in during my show, Mary Pat. Tell me, how was it? What did everybody wear?
Like, was it great or not?
I know. This is so. A lot of excitement over the fact that a who's who list as they were here. I will say this about the fundraising. That Politico had recently reported how bad this is for Democrats because in May, Trump outraised Biden big time and pretty much wiped out the huge cash lead that Biden had because of that $141 million raised just last month in total, all of the jointly. These are all the different PACs, all of the different pro-Trump, Republican, GOP, etc. So raising $141 million for Trump.
Wow, it's been a nice little comeback. I'd like to actually know what the totals are right now as far as what the leaderboard looks like. War chest wise.
Yeah, because I was looking at it because Biden just did that huge spend here for Pennsylvania.
Right.
So just spent a chunk.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. From that District 16 race, 16th district that just happened that ousted Jamal Bowman, we know it was the most expensive district race in history. Something like $25 million were spent or something like that. Does money matter?
Of course.
Yeah, it does. I don't think it's the be-all, end-all. But, I mean, obviously, it doesn't guarantee you victory. But you know what? When you think about advertising, I mean, the Democrats are doing the best advertising for Trump possible right now.
Yeah.
Right? And
This is true.
CNN's doing it as well.
That's very true.
Yeah.
But those ads can be powerful. And for people who are not paying attention, but they're influenced by the ads that go viral, I absolutely think when you have that much money or when you're not raising as much as you need, then you don't have that luxury.
Oh, I mean, Kennedy's out of money pretty much.
Yeah.
I read that story a day or two ago that his fundraising has dried up.
Or just don't be a anti-Semitic creep like Jamal Bowman was.
Right.
Exactly.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew that hating on Jewish people could backfire on you?
In New York.
In New York, as Tony Bruno
Thank God.
said.
Yeah.
So the CDC, this is an alert. What's bugging the CDC? This is a big health advisory issued alerting all of us as Americans, alerting authorities, healthcare providers, and all of us in the public about this huge increased risk of dengue fever.
Dengue fever.
Yes.
Okay. And what does that consist of?
Well, thank you for asking, Nick Kayal. 2000, we have this spike in cases, 2,241 cases reported so far this year, and we're only here in late June, but 2,241 of those cases. Well, about 1,500 from the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico.
Uh-oh.
So the vast majority there. But what it tells you as we warm up and we know that the heat is on, then what does it bring? More mosquitoes. And so that's the real issue, thinking about dengue fever, which can be quite serious. And we haven't seen it as, this many infections, and it can be deadly. So they're warming this, that because we have increasingly hot temperatures, that creates the ideal conditions for those mosquitoes that spread the dengue to hatch in massive amounts and carry higher amounts of the virus.
How soon until summer school goes virtual? And will CNN have a dengue fever tracker on their television tomorrow?
Probably.
Not dengue fever or Bengay. Not dengue fever, but did you see they started vaccinating people in Finland for the bird flu?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, avian.
Is it 100% safe and effective?
So wait till that comes to shore around September?
Yeah, I'm thinking Labor Day-ish. Fauci will be on CNN. Get your updated booster for the bird flu.
It's the dengue fever bird flu combo.
Yes.
Combo meal.
Yeah, because if the mosquitoes bite the birds with avian flu, well, you get the hybrid situation.
Right. Yeah. Can you make it a combo meal?
Yes.
We're gonna hear from Wendy's in just 1 second. I wonder if you can. They have a combo meal for that.
They do. It's just going to cost you $12.99.
Symptoms of dengue, other serious symptoms: serious headaches, nausea, vomiting, rash, body pain. Obviously, the high fever. I will say this: just go around your yard. When it rains tonight, then make sure tomorrow morning you just make sure you dump everything upside down, including the kids' play equipment and stuff. Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
But just eliminate those little watery areas and pools of water where the mosquitoes can flourish.
Stop the spread.
So I got to tell you, 91 LSXer, you are 100% right.
What?
This is true. He has a bat box it's a bat birdhouse towards the back of his property because bats love eating mosquitoes.
Is that right?
We'll sometimes watch on a hot summer night, bats dive bombing our pool.
Really?
To get mosquitoes out of it.
Dive bombing.
Yeah. It's really cool to see.
Wow.
So yes, bats help with mosquitoes.
There you go.
Isn't it weird that bats, and we talked a lot about bats and the pangolins and everything during, the pandemic, and now bats might be the cure to the next pandemic.
We might need the bat signal.
Can you imagine?
Or the bat phone.
Yeah.
Each bat usually eats between 6,000 and 8,000 insects a night.
Bat box.
Well, humans consume over 100 bugs a year in their sleep.
Ew.
Also known as Bat Girl.
Yeah.
Well, that is, be careful, everybody.
Sorry, bad joke.
Just wear the mosquito repellent.
Yes.
That is your big three right here on Kayal and Company.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We'll come back, wrap up with a cut or so, and then we will get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love. With flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.46, Kayal and Company, Dawn Show coming up in just about 15 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap in just a few moments, as well as what happened today in music history. But before all of that, a very brief, truncated edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. I will say this, one of the people that has been thrown around as the name for a Trump vice president is Lee Zeldin. And he's a big favorite of our own Sean Faraday.
I think Sean worked on one of his campaigns or something to that effect.
So he was on CNN on yesterday discussing the upcoming Trump-Biden debate, which is scheduled for tomorrow. And this is what he said about that. This is cut 10, Phil, go.
Those dynamics that you're seeing, at least, or you believe are there, what concerns you about the debate? What do you not want to see the former president do in a debate with Joe Biden on Thursday night, given where you think the race sits?
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I think there'll be people turning in who haven't yet made their mind up. They're actually going to be trying to figure out who to vote for, and they're going to want...
know any of these people?
They have to be out there. And, they're going to want substance. And there are going to be questions that I'm sure will get asked about what's going on at the border and the economy and inflation and national security and more. And it's going to be, very crunched for time. You get 2-minute answers, maybe a 1-minute response, depending on who the question is directed to. And the key is to be able to speak to those folks who haven't made their mind up. I have found, and we experienced this in our race, that there are disenfranchised Democratic voters out there who are willing to vote Republican. We earned their votes in 2022 with the Dominican community, with the Asian American community.
But that actually goes to my question, because the former president can be different, and he has different mentality depending on the circumstances of the occasion in which he's speaking, which was a long way of saying sometimes he's a little bit off the rails or a lot, and sometimes he can be more focused. We saw it in the debates last cycle. What is there a concern about one or the other of that kind of identity showing up?
I think both President Trump and President Biden are going to show up ready. They're going to show up prepared. I think that they're going to be serious and focused. I mean, this is as highest stakes as it gets. Maybe the stakes now are higher than they've ever been. So I would expect both presidents to show up prepared.
So I don't think there are very many people out there that are undecided.
Agreed.
But if there is a sliver out there, a select few, maybe with an open mind, those are the people that you have to appeal to. Secondly, it seems like he's saying Trump should come in with the game plan that Dawn is advocating for, focus on the issues. But one thing, a little radio insight here that I think could be applicable here, if that's true, where people are tuning in for the first time to see what the issues are and make up their mind. It's a lot like in radio. You have to assume that whatever you said maybe 2 hours ago, a lot of your audience didn't hear that. Amen. So sometimes when we repeat stuff or we go back to a story and you were listening for 4 hours, I got news for you. A lot of people probably weren't.
Most people weren't.
Yeah.
So, I think you might have to be able to apply that as well.
Agreed. All right, that's what I got.
All right, sounds good. The Dawn Show in about 10 minutes. What do we have lined up, Dawn?
Yeah, we have so much. I'll get into Lee Zeldin, and I'll get into a segment on media bias involving Lee Zeldin, involving a huge headline this morning even, bias by omission. Whose name is being omitted and where credit is due as far as Julian Assange, a free man, an early birthday gift, if you will. He turns 52 next Tuesday. So I'll get into Julian Assange and my take on that as well. And right at 10 o'clock, we may very well get some SCOTUS rulings. So we're watching that. Will this involve a J6er, a longtime police officer right here in Pennsylvania at the core, one of those key cases? So we're really watching for 5 different cases and those rulings on SCOTUS. Mm-hmm. Maybe they'll come down today, so we're all over it.
All right.
Yeah, I think these things are going to come down, they have to come down by Friday, right?
No, they're expected to go into early next week.
What?
So it could go into Monday.
But don't they always, they take July and August off, don't they?
Usually.
They're like Howard Stern.
What SCOTUS has to realize is that Friday on Kayal and Company, we're talking about the debate and our reaction. So if you're going to release an opinion, do it today so we can talk about it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excuse me, SCOTUS. Would you listen to Nick Kayal?
Correct.
And
hello.
Preferably during Dawn or Dom show.
Yes.
Or Rich's show. Yeah, that's fine.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 26th, we celebrate the birthdays of Colin Greenwood from Radiohead, who's now 55, Terry Nunn from Berlin, who's 63, Chris Isaac, who's 68, and Mick Jones from The Clash and Big Audio Dynamite, who's now 69. Singles include Baby I Love Your Way by Peter Frampton in 76, and by the way, he just announced a new tour, Horror Business by the Misfits in 79, and Die Dead Enough by Megadeth in 2004, and yes, I love my metal. Albums include Fire and Water by Free in 1970, Nelson's debut in 1990, and Sonic Youth released Goo the very same day. Also, in 74, Cher divorced Sonny Bono and married Greg Allman 4 days later. In 2018, Barry Gibb of the Bee Gees was knighted. In 2004, Velvet Revolver's Contraband debuted at number 1.
Wow.
And in 76, Bob Seger played his very first headlining stadium show. But lastly, a very notable rock day. In 1996, Van Halen announced that Sammy Hagar is, quote, no longer with the group, and they're in the studio working with original lead singer David Lee Roth. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lopquist.
Wow, what a stacked edition that was.
Wow. He's
awesome.
He ran out the music.
He did.
He's on fire.
Ran out of Yingling last night at Zlock. He was pounding the brewskis.
I know.
Nice time to hang out with Phil.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as our favorite senator would say, Good night, everybody.
Hang on. No. Say it. Do it again.
Let's try it one more time. 3, 2, 1.
Good night, everybody.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans,